Finished off the day yesterday by going over the report, and we will pick that up after some of the edits had been made last night. That'll be our first order of business this morning, and then we will get into the harvest strategy policy, and this afternoon do our report writing, completion, and adoption and adjournment. We'll see how the day goes. So
excellent.
Do you want to start with the report from where it's at?
Yeah, we'll just jump right in to the report if that's okay. Of course, my computer says, "Oh, now you should restart." Okay, so let's see where we left off yesterday. I'm going to jump through this and we'll have the opportunity to review the whole report later, but let's focus on what we worked on yesterday. I think we started down here, at 29. And so, so let's see, we added that just a little bit about the FISC designs, and we put in the short term, and let's see, so 29 is that, and then we added a little bit more about FISC designs, about the bias, and tried to capture that the bias was different when it goes up and down, and so in the long term it sort of averages out, and that we tried to then capture this risk for certain circumstances, and that sometimes averaging over all these things doesn't show those particular circumstances which can be high risk. And then we put in the statement, and I wasn't sure exactly how the MSAB would like to finish off this paragraph in 32. And I don't know how much the MSAB wants to justify why the simulation results with different regimes fixed would be useful. So I don't know if we want to discuss that now or later in our drafting session after the agenda items this morning. Any suggestions?
So just as a note, we can't see any of the hands that are raised online. So if you have any comments, we're just going to have to speak up.
Okay, thanks. Alan, it's Chris Spohr.
Hi, Chris.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't available for the report writing yesterday. My apologies. I was Uber driving my children around. I tried signing in on my cell phone, but I didn't think that was a good idea while I was driving. And also my 7-year-old was going to offer some advice about the need for more colors. So I decided to sign off. Anyway, sorry, what's the issue here with paragraph 32? Sorry.
Just if we want to finish it off, I mean, I wrote in that the simulation results fixing weighted age, or the PDO, is helpful to understand the variability and where the stock currently is. Just want to make sure that the MSAB is okay with that. That's something I added last night. I'm not extremely happy with the phrasing there, where the stock currently is, but
I think we could add in something. I mean, I like it. I mean, I'm looking at, for instance, just, I've been looking at, last night this morning I was looking at your slide 25 where you showed the spawning biomass from simulated regimes. And I was thinking about that compared to the projections graphs that Dr. Stewart created for the stock assessment. And I'm just thinking, okay, once we get this into the MSC Explorer, I think it'll be really helpful to understand not just the variability where the stock currently is, but what the implications of different management procedures on the stock in a low productivity regime. like for instance, just so you know where my mind's at right now, and it's probably in the wrong spot as usual, but it's just I'm looking at that slide 11 from the stock assessment, the projections of the reference table, and it's basically showing that the spawning biomass is sort of declining slightly but relatively flat, and then your slide 25 is showing the exact same thing at a current weight, low productivity, low recruitment. And so I'm thinking, okay, once you update the MSC Explorer, this could be really interesting.
Mhm.
Alan, I might read a little clearer just to put, instead of where the stock status is, just put explains the current level of stock status.
Or just current stock status. Understand the variability in current stock status and the implication of different MPs.
Yeah, understand variability, current stock status, and the implications. I mean, I like what you added there. They probably can't see that online.
They should be able to. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They should be able to.
I like what you captured from what Chris said there.
Okay. All right. Well, continue thinking about that. We'll have another chance to review all of this. Okay, then we started discussing the program of work and productivity regimes come up again. Noting the paper, the MSAB recalled paragraph 17. So this is just recalling a paragraph from MSAB 20, and this is the paragraph about, let's see, about the sort of reasons why keeping this objective B is useful. So that's just a repeat. And then the 35 was agreed that an objective to stay above a threshold based on a TCY or minimum actual historical spawning biomass, such as 2024, may be useful to continue investigating at future MSAB meetings. So this is sort of kicking the can down the road, but I think it's a good way to do it at this point.
Question about that.
Yep.
May be useful to continue at future MSAB meetings, and it's pretty loose, and maybe that's the best thing and where it needs to be, but it seemed to be a fair priority, so I wondered if we could frame it in a way that sounds a little more expedient than that.
Okay. Yeah, Linda?
Could we continue investigating at the fall MSAB meeting?
How about
Because
just MSAB 022?
Sure. I mean, I guess I suggest that because it's something we can talk about even if you haven't updated the operating model. So it seems like a good item to
Yep.
prioritize for that meeting.
Okay. That puts a little bit more time frame on that one.
It locks it down.
Yeah. 36 is recalling paragraph 14 in, wait, it's not MSAB 24. That is MSAB. This must be MSAB 20. Yep, MSAB 20. And that is the paragraph about optimized average coastwide TCY. So we're setting up the next, wait. Yeah, this is just trying to set up objectives that we'll talk about later, or that there will be something put in later. So this evaluation of trade-offs. And then we get into some requests. There's a lot of paragraphs of requests here, but basically it starts with some pretty easy elements of management procedures. And note here too, after the OM is conditioned following the full stock assessment. So I think I might put a little more timing on that. I'm going to put 2025 stock assessment. That's more clear. Various fishing intensities, triennial assessment frequency, empirical rules, That's pretty vague, and that's fine. There was a request from the MSAB in the past to work with SRB on coming up with empirical rules. We haven't really brought that forward too much. And then control rules with triggers at higher values than RSB 30%, or based on actual spawning biomass relative to the spawning biomass estimated in 2024. So this is looking at control rules other than the 30-20 and what happens when you use control rules that are not based on relative spawning biomass. So those are general ones. 38 has some more specifics about, and I guess we decided to separate this out because there's some real specifics of constraints and smoothers, in particular to reduce the interannual variability in the TCY, and a 3-year rolling average, arithmetic or geometric, on the FIS 032W PUE as used in empirical rule. I'm going to put on that just so it's really clear.
Alan,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, sorry, I have a problem with my microphone. Just for some background, we did evaluate other control rules. Like we did 1040, we did a few other things back at the beginning. So there may be some stuff on that back there, in some of those earlier meetings.
Yep. Yeah, that was like 2018 and 19, maybe.
Maybe before that.
Yeah, well, I know that's one thing we started with when I came in 2016 for sure, and maybe even before then. Yeah, I think it's useful to have. I mean, I don't mind having that statement at the top of this slide. I think it's useful to investigate some of those, and then maybe we talked about, instead of a relative spawning biomass and a control rule, an actual spawning biomass. When spawning biomass gets low, backing off fishing intensity. We'll have a thought about it. Think of come up with anything interesting. Another is constraints applied to only non-assessment years, or applied only to assessment years. And then a phase-in approach for the change in TCY in assessment years. And then how to potentially using trends in fishery CPUE or FIS-WP to determine if a bigger reduction should be taken than suggested by the unconstrained reference TCY in the attempt to curtail further reductions in the spawning biomass. And this is to sort of head off any potential further declines in spawning biomass and stabilize it quicker.
Hey, Ellen, I'm wondering, in terms of the intent of bullet 38, whether it is for staff to actually investigate all of the different constraints and smoothers, or is it, like Jim was mentioning, we've had a bunch of these identified in the past, so it's to maybe collate past constraints and identify potential additional constraints, so that, is the intention for MSAB to come and talk about this in the fall, or for there to be actual evaluation done so that we can see results in the fall, or some combination of the two? I'm just investigating is a little blurry for me in terms of what the intent is.
I agree. I completely agree. There's no time frame on this and no real linkage to the previous paragraph. So I wonder if we want to link it to here. Maybe, I think what I was gathering from the MSAB is that these evaluations would really start after the OM is conditioned, and then this paragraph is also related to 37. So 38 is related to 37, and so that would be evaluations. So I wonder if we can. I'm just trying to think how to link them. So I think, to answer your question, Anne Marie, I think it's not just coming back with these are the ideas. unless the MSAB would like to do that and potentially talk about that at MSAB 22, which we'll talk about scheduling. We can come up with more specific ideas before doing the evaluation, or we can just trust the Secretariat to come up with some ideas and then bring it forward in the evaluation. Is there any preference from the MSAB?
So Alan, it's Chris Spohr.
Chris?
For MSAB 22, that's this fall.
Possibly. Well,
Okay.
that's something to discuss under other business. If we have, I guess we can have MSAB 22 in the fall. Yes.
Okay, I guess my recollection of the discussion was the feeling was that this work, the evaluations and stuff would take place after you've conditioned the model to the new stock assessment. It seems kind of pointless to do it until you've conditioned it. But is it just that are we asking here for like you say, is it investigating, or are we asking for identification, that we identify which ones we're actually going to look at, that the Secretary identify exactly which ones are going to be looked at? But there's some already fairly specific ones there. I don't know if there's other ones we've missed. I just think that, I don't see any point running it now until you condition it to the new stock assessment.
Yeah, I would agree, Chris. And I think if we word it like this, and we do have an MSAB meeting before the reconditioning of the operating model, that we can, the Secretariat will bring forward some more specifics about the ideas that they're going to do. Maybe when we discuss the MSAB, the next MSAB meeting in other business, we can specify, if it's going to occur in the fall, maybe we can have a statement in there that says, at MSAB 22, this will be discussed, and the Secretariat can bring specifics of the management procedures that are planned to evaluate, or something like that. And that way it's clear that the MSAB would like to see a description of them before the evaluation begins.
I'd also like what Jim was talking about. We've already looked at things back in 2019. Maybe a review of what we've already looked at.
Yep.
Because I remember it, but I'm not clear about what I remember. So
Yeah.
And for new people, it would be certainly something new.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be really good, especially the control roles. They're pretty interesting. Okay, so now we've linked this request with the previous one. And the reason I thought not to put it in here is these really are specifics to constraints, and it might be a little clearer to separate them. Okay. 39 is that the Secretary investigate's not the right word, is it? We need to go evaluate. Maybe not even the Secretariat, but just the evaluation of. Okay, the MSAB requested the MSAB requested the evaluation of some elements. For example, SPR equals 43, SPR 52, and a triennial assessment in paragraphs 37 and 38 with each of the 3 FIST designs. So that's just saying, still interested in looking at the FIST designs and their effects, especially on the triennial assessment that uses the FIST 032 WPOE specifically. Okay, and then the MSAB requested conducting simulations assuming the following productivity regimes with a subset of MPs from paragraphs 37 and 38 and all other sources of variability.
Okay, Alan, just on that, I assume it's correct, but we'll basically have sort of for the simulations, we'll have sort of, I guess, what I'll call, for lack of a better word, a base case, or like just the
Integrated.
the current management procedure, the reference SPR 43, just like without anything in it, just what does that look like? And then, okay, now what does it look like if we do the other MPs discussed above?
Under these productivity regimes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It just, for me, I find that if we have a starting point that I'm familiar with, it sort of says, okay, that was what the change looks like. Okay, now what does it look like when we look at these other management procedures?
Yeah, for sure. So we'll always make sure we do the current management procedure, which is 43%, the 30-20 control rule.
Okay, the other question I had is, and I know you're going to be busy, and is it going to be possible to have this into an MSC Explorer version and with the simulations prior to the MSAB where we discuss all this? I just find sometimes being able to poke and prod at the MSC Explorer beforehand is very useful.
Yeah, I certainly always try to have the MSC Explorer updated for MSAB meeting, and given that it's going to be a lot of different axes or different options in this next version of it, but yeah, we'll definitely have it before the MSAB meeting. I really like having it there too, and then I archive all those explorers as well. I can show you how to view them, so you can go back and look at MSAB 13 and see what we investigated then. So yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
And the final question is that the Explorer is safe, right? You said like it gets a warning from your computer, so I haven't used it for a while because my computer starts freaking out when I click on it.
Yeah,
But that's nothing to worry about.
yeah, that's nothing to worry about. It just happens we had to have a SSL certificate or something like that. We can talk to Rob from IT about it more, but we just wanted a little bit more. We didn't want these servers to be wide open. And so all it means is that you haven't installed that certificate on your local computer. And I believe, let me see just real quick to show you, because
That's okay. As long as it's safe. I just know my computer guy was flapping his arms so much I thought he was going to get airborne there when I talked to him about it.
I just want to show you where it is. So here at the bottom of the MSE research page, if you go to research and monitoring management strategy evaluation, to access linked apps and prevent receiving a security certificate error in your browser, please download and install the IPHC security certificate into your browser. So there's a link there to do that if you want to set up your computer not to get that warning.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Chris. I hope it hasn't stopped people from looking at the Explorer. Okay, so that's 40, and noting here, there was talk about bringing back some simulations with different productivity regimes before the reconditioning of the OM. And I just wanted to make sure that's actually, that'll be in 42. So this is more applicable to general conducting simulations, and especially after the reconditioning of the operating model. So maybe, I'm going to move 42 up because I think it will be a little bit better there. So then the next one, now 41, is MSAB requested conducting analyses of MPs, reference points, and the effects of recruitment regimes of variable weighted age after conditioning the OM following the full 2025 stock assessment, except for the simulation of the productivity regimes described in paragraph 40 with SPRs of 43% and 52%. So this is just to get a little preview of what these things look like, which I think is good. It's pretty specific, just basically maybe just 2 simulations. We'll see what I feel like doing, a little bit more. And then 42 is a request on what you'd like to see presented in these sort of productivity regimes, presenting dynamic unfished spawning biomass along with simulated spawning biomass and trace plots, which I think we should keep in AK purple plots in this document. I think that's okay. It's a good reminder to me. Sometimes I forget things after about an hour. So, trace plots.
You're doing it.
Yeah. And trace plots with uncertainty for the productivity regime. So that's a good reminder for me what the MSAB wants to see. So
Quick
that was,
question.
yeah, go ahead.
Just for understanding like the potential utility of this, will this, when we're talking about the simulated spawning biomass, does that show, will that show retrospective, or is it only forward looking?
The MSE simulations are really only forward looking.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't really look at retrospectively. We're really focused on how would these management procedures behave in the future if we did it this way.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, and that's pretty much where we ended, except we had a note last night when we left that there was something we wanted to write something about credibility of the management process. And so thanks, Garrett, for sending out the email today. That's a really, really interesting discussion. And then I think everybody might have seen the email I sent trying to succinctly summarize this into a paragraph that is aligned with the MSE process. So, and I'm happy to have discussion with anybody here, trying to separate out stock assessment, MSE, and all those things, and what the MSAB is more focused on in this arena. But I'm wondering if we want to have a discussion about this paragraph now. 9:30, or if we want to move into the other things, have a discussion about this at the end of the day, whatever people prefer. And as a little quick reminder, we're going to walk through the harvest strategy policy today. We're going to talk about other business, so the scheduling of our next meetings and all of that. And then we'll have another drafting session just to finish up draft report. Over lunch, I'll clean it up, have it ready to review for adoption, and then we'll review it after lunch and adopt the report then. So that's sort of the plan of attack for today. But I think we should carve out some time to have a discussion on this paragraph here.
I have a question on 2 paragraphs that's above this, and I apologize.
no problem.
It's something I noticed just recently. I have the old numbers,
Yep.
23, 24. And so I think they're probably 30 to 27, 28. maybe.
How do they start?
The MSAT noted that analysis of the triennial assessment frequency.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first one uses the phrase, look down to the, let's see, where am I? The second line, middle of the second line, it says increased uncertainty and bias in the FIS. And the second one is identical to the first one, except it strikes the phrase and bias.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
wondering,
Yeah, we only want one of these paragraphs. Thanks for noticing that.
probably want to keep 27, huh? First one with
The one that
bias.
talks about, it also mentions bias.
Yeah. I think so.
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah,
was the
that's
one we
exactly
edited.
it. Yeah, when you're tracking changes, things can get messy sometimes.
Yeah.
Thanks for noticing that.
Sure. And then I may not be here for the discussion on number 39, but I'd like to float a suggestion that we use something stronger than noted, and maybe agreed would be a,
Which one was that?
Which one, is that 43 now or?
I'm sorry, yes, it's 42.
42 now. Okay.
Yeah, so just in case I'm not here for that.
Okay.
Suggest people think about it anyway.
Sounds good.
Are we discussing this paragraph now or later? It seems like this is a big topic and it might bog things down. It might be better left till later after we've discussed the harvest strategy policy or continue with the meeting. I just, as written, I'm uncomfortable with this paragraph, but let's have that discussion whenever people think it's appropriate.
Thanks, Chris. That might be a really good idea, is to talk about the harvest strategy policy first. That might frame this as what is a harvest strategy policy. It's more, the general management of it, not really necessarily, it talks about the assessment, but it's the bigger picture. And maybe that will help frame this paragraph as well. And actually, this paragraph might not even belong. It's currently in program of work. So
That's what I was wondering. Were you suggesting moving it under?
I don't know, but I think I was suggesting maybe we continue with the agenda and then come back to this topic, so that we have a little more context.
Alan, could I get a clarification on something?
Yep.
And kind of a different topic. I was looking at information last night, thinking about the average annual variability, and I was reviewing on document 7, slides 17 and 18, where you have the probability of annual change being greater than 15% at all these different SPRs. And I'm curious, what was used for that? Was it the reference TCRs used, or the assessment or TCEYs, or the actual adopted TCEYs? Because I did geometric average of the last 10 years, and none of them came over, most of them were 3-4%. One was 8, one was 6. And I'm curious what values were used to get such high probability of over 15% for every year at all these SPRs. And I don't know what TCEYs were used.
Yeah, so these are the simulated TCEYs from the MSC simulations into the future. So this is just looking at, what would the reference TCEY be at an SPR 43% simulated. And then it puts a little bit of decision-making variability on top of that. And the way that decision-making variability, we thought about this a lot, and the way decision-making variability is implemented, it's not trying to really get into the minds of the commissioners. It's just putting some extra variability around from the reference to add variability in there. But I think what's happened in the last 3 to 5 years is there's been, I think there's 2 things in the decision-making process in these recent years. There's been a strive for stability. And I think that has happened, for probably the last 8 years or so, to not change the TCY too much, although there was a year where it changed, I think, by 13 or 14%. But there's also been recently the reduction in the TCY, and that initial reduction and then further reductions. It's been the change in the TCY has been low, as you noted. It's only been 5 or 6%. It was 32 and then 29 million pounds. So, but the results here are more, what if we followed this management procedure and then the commissions just changed it at their will, what would that variability be? And so in reality, it could be as high as this, but would it be as high as this? There might be, the decision-making process might involve the commissioners actually trying to put a constraint on this and introduce stability in some way. And so you might be seeing that in recent years.
Okay, so all these values, they're forward-looking values. They're not anything that's been okay. Yeah, because I went back and pulled all the assessment values, all the F43 values, and the adopted values, and none of them had that much variation. So I that's why I couldn't figure what was going on. Okay, that explains it. Thanks.
Yeah, I looked at that. It's been a couple of years, maybe, or a year or so. And the adopted, we looked at this a while ago, and the adopted values had less variability than the reference TCYs. And the reference TCYs, remember, what was it, 2018? It went from a reference TCY of 30 million pounds, and then it went to 40 some million pounds, and then it went back to 32 million pounds. And those were some pretty big changes in those years. So
it went up to 41, and now we have come back to 31.9. So
yeah. So there's some evidence, but again, it's hard to. That's why we have to do these forward simulations, because looking back in history is a very small window into what could happen in the future. All right, besides this current paragraph 42 on the screen, well, let me just show you here down below, just so you're all clear. I decided to move this paragraph on the spatial and temporal scale relevant to the fishery down into this section, because what I noticed when we recalled the objectives of the commission up above, those objectives did not have this phrase in it. And this is that what I was telling you about. There was this parallel track of the harvest strategy policy and the objectives that were originally adopted by the commission at the 99th annual meeting. And so when we talk about the harvest strategy policy, this is where you'll see this phrase pop up. So I think it's just more appropriate here. All right, are we good to move on to the harvest strategy policy then?
Yes.
Excellent. Sounds good. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And Rob, if we can bring up document 09, please. Thank you. Okay.
Just number 19 minutes ahead.
19 minutes ahead of time. Excellent. So that means we'll have 19 minutes to add this extra discussion. All right, we'll see how long this one takes me. 45 minutes. So now I have an hour, right? Okay, so this is the draft harvest strategy policy. Actually, this is the front page of it. I'll go to here. This is the draft harvest strategy policy provided at the annual meeting for the commissioners to review. The commissioners had a look at this. At the annual meeting, they suggested setting up some workshops with the secretariat. We had one workshop in April. It was a very informative workshop. I really enjoyed it, actually, working with the commissioners in that way. They were really engaged, and we went through this whole harvest strategy policy document, and they gave some very good suggestions. The secretariat went away, made a bunch of edits to this, including on the objectives, as I've shown you, and trying to figure out that hierarchical stuff. And then we've passed that back to the commissioners for their review. But I have not heard back from them at this point. They've been pretty busy. So the harvest strategy policy has an executive summary, which just repeats everything below. So I'm going to jump right to chapter 1. Chapter 1 is basically a description of what a harvest strategy policy is, and that's the framework for applying a consistent and transparent science-based approach to setting mortality limits. And it's also ensuring sustainability of the halibut population. So I think those are really important to note. Here's another important phrase: this policy together with the protocol. Let me going here. With the protocol for the preservation of Pacific halibut. So this policy isn't replacing any documents, but it works alongside these current convention documents. The scope defines the scope. It talks about the convention area where domestic agencies come in, and that's really brief. It gets more detail later. It has some definitions of what is a harvest strategy policy, and this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the meeting. What is a harvest strategy? The policy part includes all the decision making and the whole process to the final outcome. The harvest strategy is, some people call it a management strategy. This includes objectives, key principles, reference points, and the management procedure as well. This is the illustration that we've seen and the annual process. So when you go to the annual meeting, this is what you can expect that process to look like. You have a management procedure. All of this year, we've been collecting data. We'll be doing that all year. We've been working on the full stock assessment this year, and that will be completed before the interim meeting. In that assessment, we apply these different harvest rules, including an FSPR 43% to get a total mortality. We remove the U26 bycatch, and that's our reference coastwide TCY. So when you see the reference TCY associated with an SPR 43%, that's this management procedure. Now the assessment produces the decision table, which that reference goes into, and that's the central point of the decision table. And then it's values are expanded on either side of that. That's management supporting information feeding into subsidiary bodies in the commission. And then the commission makes that final decision on the coastwide TCY and the TCYs in each regulatory area. So this is a depiction of what the policy looks like in a single year. This is not any sort of illustration of the management strategy evaluation. But the management strategy evaluation informs a lot of these points over here, a lot of these elements in this box of the management procedure. So here's some real brief definitions of each of those, and that, I believe, ends chapter 1. Chapter 2 is where the objectives are discussed, and so this is a version from AM101, and we've actually, in the edits, we've modified these 4 objectives, and you notice here they're just bullet pointed, they're not numbered, but we've condensed that last 2 into 1 objective, so now there's 3 main objectives. And I think I like the MSAB suggested wording about these objectives, which we'll talk about today, but we mentioned yesterday to minimize yield while limiting annual changes in yield, something along that line. We'll see that wording, but I like that.
Minimize yield.
What's that?
I think you said minimize yield. Maximize.
Oh, yeah, we do want to maximize yield. Minimize yield and maximize variability.
Keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, right. It's day 3. Thanks. Testing you.
Still awake. over
You
there.
passed the test. Okay, so yeah, that's the objectives, and these are the objectives that I've been putting up. And I guess I do want to show you that there is some different phrasing, like, we use just the concept SB lim instead of SB 20%. We just specify a threshold reference point. So in the objectives in the harvest strategy policy, we're being a little bit more generic here because we're defining them relative to reference points. And then later we'll define what those reference points are, SB lim and things like that. And so I think that's where this wording started to change, is when we're writing the harvest strategy policy, we were thinking of it in a different language and style than we have been just writing the objectives and presenting them. So what?
Okay, Alan,
Yeah, go ahead.
just looking at bullets 3 and 4. I understand bullet 3 is saying, given the constraints above, it's constraining 2 and 3. 1 and 2 is the constraint. But bullet 4, by saying given the constraints above, it's implying that bullet 3, it overrides bullet 4.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And that's where I think the MSAB, well, in the edits to this document sent to the commission, we've already combined those last 2. So the phrasing was balance the trade-offs between these 2 things given the constraints above. So I think we fixed that, but the MSAB had some really good recommendations on rewording that 3rd bullet, what is now the combination of those 2. And so I think I have been taking notes on the suggestions from the MSAB, and then today when we go over drafting the report, I have some wording for these objectives to put in that we can consider recommending to the commission.
Ellen,
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
Just a question about process. Is the SRB going to be reviewing this policy draft and also getting back to you?
They're certainly aware of it. I'm not sure how much time they'll have to review it this year. They've looked at it in the past as well.
Is it
Go ahead.
fair game to comment on overfished and overfishing?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I mean, I do think we should suggest they think about adding a term that's for a stock that is low, not because of fishing pressure, but for environmental reasons. And I know that's been suggested in other, Magnuson Act, when we think about depleted, where fishing is well below what science shows, is driving a decline or affecting the ability of that stock to recover, but that it's other environmental factors, whether that's climate change or predation or.
So I think I understand the point you're making, but are you asking to put in another term here that says like a definition like depleted? Depleted is always a word that I haven't liked because it suggests it's something has acted on it to deplete it, but maybe it reduced or something like that. But some word that defines like, look, the stock is at a low state.
Yeah.
Not necessarily from management, but combination of factors has resulted in a low spawning biomass that we should be aware of.
Haven't we just been talking about just low productivity states or regimes?
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly be related to it, but is there like a term that could describe like?
But how do you bring that into a policy document? You're talking about the current state of things. This is overall, whether we're in a high productivity, low productivity, high biomass, low biomass, this is the policy that will operate. I don't understand how we introduce a term talking about the current state of things. Basically, it's saying, look, we've defined what it means when it's overfished. We defined what it means with overfishing. I think if we're talking about we don't like the place where the stock is, that comes into a discussion of what our objectives are, which we've been flogging that horse for 2.5 days now.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking about harvest policy and how you respond to a stock that is in trouble because it's overfished versus in trouble, as bad term of art, but anyway, below where you want it to be because of environmental factors. And I guess I'm thinking of, we're doing some analysis that helps us, or scenarios that helps us separate the two. So to have a term that helps inform policy to respond to those two different factors acting at the stock, it just seemed like it might help with conversations and development of harvest strategy moving forward. If it's not appropriate here, defer to the group. It's just something that always jumps out at me in going through.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking, I think sustainability or sustainable captures that a little bit. And like, you always want the stock to be sustainable. So if it's at low levels that are, harvest would have to be reduced. And then I'm wondering if maybe in the description of management procedure or the harvest strategy itself, that there is the description like, we're talking about this control rule. If the stock's at low levels, we back off fishing intensity. So it's going to come in that sense. And like the concerns about low productivity or low levels of the stock are the policy acts upon that in this way. But yeah, I don't know if it belongs here in this section, which is objectives and key principles, because the key principle is the sustainability of the stock. And it's sort of captured in there. Whoa. Oops. That.
Not done.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hold that thought and see if there's a place where it might.
Yeah,
Better
I mean, it is a good thought, and I'll certainly have a think about it.
So one thing to think about when we're all thinking about that is this word is weighted. It's a very weighted word in the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And yet we're an international group and we can say what we think we mean. But my question for the Canadians is there a statute that uses the word overfished like there is in the US that would make this a little more difficult to change if we decide to do that?
Yeah, I think in Canada, overfished is half of the MSY. I believe, if I'm right. I think they do have the terms overfished.
I mean, generally, I just have a problem with saying something that isn't true. And so the stock at this point is not considered overfished. It is not even in the realm of whatever we do affecting it. But as responsible users of the resource, we will, likely make decisions that will cut our removals to protect what's there. So I do think it's a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, and Magnuson Act sort of says what you have to do if a stock is overfished,
And this document does that too.
Yeah, that's coming up in this document.
right. And
But I think one real benefit at IPHC is that we're able to define what overfished means. And overfished is this based on this dynamic relative spawning biomass. So it's really capturing the effects of fishing on the stock. I think that's a really important distinction. Like I said, there's some stocks that could be declared overfished when they've never been fished.
Exactly.
That can't happen under this paradigm in here. And then there is a response. What I'm thinking is under objectives and key principles, is this the right place to talk about when the stock is at a low level for reasons other than management? That there's a response. And I think maybe that's a better suited in chapter 4, which is the applying the harvest strategy says, we have this, we do this when it's overfished, we avoid overfishing. When the stock is at a low level, this occurs. And right now we don't have that. We're investigating that in the MSE. But right now it's just part of the decision of the commission. So I don't know that we can really put something specific to that at this point in the harvest strategy policy. And maybe that's something that comes out of the work that the MSAB does on this control rule, on absolute spawning biomass objective. Once we get those sorts of things in, we can bring in, maybe there's a new objective here related to that, and then there's a response to it in the applying the harvest strategy.
That sounds good.
that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. And you might also notice that under overfishing, it says to be determined. We're working on that, exactly how to define overfishing. We want to be a little bit careful with that. And one concept we've been thinking of is, and correct me if I'm wrong, people, I think they do this in the Alaska Center, is you calculate the chance of being overfished at a certain harvest level over a certain period of time, like the next 3 years, harvest it this way or something. How do you calculate overfishing?
It's like 10 to 15 years out.
Okay.
You're under E20, I think.
Right.
And like that. There's like it's an interesting way of doing it.
Yeah. But it's basically looking at a projection, fishing at a certain level, or you find the level that if you fish at, it would become overfished.
Right.
At your overfishing level.
Yeah. And one of the scenarios is fishing at FOFL.
Yeah.
That you look at.
Right. Right. So it's, yeah.
That takes into consideration all mortality,
Well, the mortality that you estimate in the model.
Yeah.
Natural
Sure.
mortality, and then you have a specified level of fishing mortality. So
directed non-directed. So
Yeah. So we're thinking of, what's the best thing for halibut to define overfishing. So more to come. Yeah, of course.
I was catching on to your point for a minute, but then I kind of snapped back to where I was before, and it's like, well, overfishing means whatever size the stock is. If you're fishing too hard on it for that stock level, then it's overfishing it. Whether environmental changes got it there, which is the only other factor probably. So this is now working for me again. Like if the stock's down to 140 million pounds spawning biomass, overfishing it is fishing harder than you should be to keep it at that level. But I'm just going to throw that in there, that those two paradigms, I was shifting back and forth between them.
Yeah, and it's these are two really important concepts, and I think sometimes I see them get confused. And so the way that I think of it, a stock can be overfished, but you may not be overfishing, right? The stock could be below 20%, and you're not fishing on it. You're not overfishing. So
Like purple looking crab.
yeah,
Okay.
you totally stopped fishing.
Yeah.
It's still overfished,
Yeah.
but
That's
And
overfishing.
vice
Yeah.
versa.
right. But it's also not recovering. I mean,
So you'd be
it's-
looking for a definition that describes that situation.
A
even though
positive
fishing is-
definition.
Yeah,
instead of a
I mean,
negative
because when,
definition.
the public reads overfish, they think you're still actively doing that. And I just think there should be a different term.
Yeah.
Called stock depletion, not overfishing.
Yeah,
And and then the other concept is, and this is why we're really thinking about what overfishing is, because there's this concept of fishing down. I don't know if anybody's heard of fishing down.
Yeah.
And classic examples like orange roughy in New Zealand that I used to work on. And they started hitting those stocks in the 80s, and the exploitation rates were huge. But they were still really large, and 90 and 80% of virgin spawning biomass. So were they overfishing at that time? And I think in some cases, the Magnus-Stevens Act might limit fishing because they're saying you're overfishing, but you're actually not leading to an overfished situation. So we just want to make sure we avoid that when the biomass is high, that there is the opportunity to take high yields if possible. Even if it's going to decrease the stock. People say, oh my gosh, you're fishing and it's decreasing the stock. It's like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's our plan. We want to bring it down to levels that support maximum sustainable yield or whatever like that. So we just want to avoid the situation of limiting fishing when we could be fishing.
Why don't we delete the term overfishing and go with stock depletion?
Because
I'm not-
that's a completely
yeah.
different concept.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Really? You gave
Yeah,
us-
overfishing is where you're fishing at a level, like it says, it moves the stock to an unfished state. If you're talking about depleted, that's more talking about overfished, which is the status of the stock, and it's below the limit reference point. I guess the thing I'd make is the terms overfished and overfishing is what is commonly used in the literature, if you look at policies from around countries. So I think these are sort of the terms we want to use and want to keep using.
Yeah, I would agree. And many places are starting to not use the term depletion anymore. It's been a little bit of a confusing term. Does the Alaska Center use depletion? I think the Pacific Council has been moving towards relative spawning biomass. IPHC certainly has.
Well, I just know with the Magnuson Act, there's been a long effort to amend language to reflect exact situation we're talking about. So it may be the term of art, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of recognition that it's not the best term of art in some situations.
I think the real important point here is that we have really clear definitions of both of these terms. And and this will be important for certification agencies as well. So they can say, are you overfished? No. Are you overfishing? No. Check us off, right? Okay, so as you might have noticed, I was talking about the work that the MSAB is doing. This harbor strategy policy, and this is another concept we've been talking with commissioners about, it's this harbor strategy policy. I wouldn't call it a living document because we don't want it to seem like it's just changing at will, but it's a document that is not set in stone. We're not going to write this document and say, this is the way we'll act for the next 100 years. Now, this document is, we have some new work from the MSAB and the MSE, supports changing this, supports adding an objective. we'll simply bring it up with the commissioners and they can amend this document. The commissioners did talk about what a schedule like that would be, and they suggested changes to this document not occur often, but maybe every 3 years there's a review or something like that of this document. Okay, so then chapter 3 is development of the harvest strategy. And this chapter is all about the work that we're doing here. How have we supported the development of this harvest strategy policy document? And so that's accounting for all fishing mortality. And I think we've changed some wording here based on commission. Oh no, we already have it, from all known sources of fishing mortality on the stock. There are questions. It's like, well, are we counting for whale depredation and all those things, unobserved and things like that? No, we're accounting for all known sources of fishing mortality. We're accounting for variability in the environment, and that's in the simulations especially. We have a monitoring program in place. We're establishing and applying decision rules. These are those different harvest rules under the harvest strategy and the management procedure. And that's, we're balancing risk, cost, and catch. We had a long discussion about this section with the commissioners, which is actually, I found really, really interesting. So we've been working on really making this clear, what it means to balance risk, cost, and catch. And it was great. The commissioners actually suggested language for us to put in. So I really appreciated that. And then reference points and proxies. And this is talking about the threshold, the spawning biomass threshold. That's the 36%. And then an SB limb. And then one thing I was thinking about, should we define trigger in here too, which is the SB 30 and the 30-20 control rule. So we'll talk to the commission and among the secretariat about that as well.
But isn't the 2030 trigger, isn't that under technically the harvest control rule, which is discussed later in the document or somewhere in the document?
It is. It's just, do we want to call it a reference point? And I think that's where I flip flop all the time. I'm like, oh, it should be in the no, it's not really a reference point. But I think the Canadian, I always forget the name of it, but
Precautionary approach policy.
That's right. Thank you. There's a really great figure of the control rule in Canada that talks about operational control points and the different things. So I'm not sure if they really refer to those as reference points or not, but I think that's why they call them operational control points, actually, because they're not reference points.
It creates action. If we hit 30, it creates action that it seems like it belongs as a mechanical part of the reduction in fishing effort. But
it is, and I think that's why it belongs in the application section rather than a reference point. Is a reference point that you're sort of using, you're trying to get there or avoid it. And
it's also just specifying it's something it's the metrics used to compare your current stock status to. Your stock status is above the biological reference point. It is above or below the threshold reference point. It's just the measures against which your current stock status, when you do a stock assessment, this is where the stock is. And is it above the reference points or below the ones you've got? And then the harvest control rule, like the 2030, is, as Dr. Hicks just said, it's the application of your management strategy, of your harvest strategy.
So, yep, you just saw me flip flop. So, and reference points are typically in your objectives as well. This 3.7 section is all about you. It's the technical evaluation of the harvest strategy, the MSAB and the MSE process, and how that comes into it. 3.8, that's the reevaluation of the harvest strategy and management procedure. So this section is being modified, and one thing we're putting into this section is a timetable of what events happen every year and when the management procedure or when the MSE process is redone and operating models are reconditioned. And so this was what I was mentioning earlier in the meeting, where we may recondition the operating models after 3 years when a full stock assessment's done, but we may not. So it just says, after a full stock assessment, it'll be considered to recondition the operating model and reconduct the MSE analysis. But you don't have to, but you should at least every 6 years. And that's pretty common in MSEs around the world for like tunas and other things. They have a schedule where you don't want to be doing reconditioning in the whole MSE every year. You want to give it like 5 years. Most places are 5 to 10 years before they'll reopen up MSE. So I think a 6-year period is pretty good for us. So that'll be added to this section. But the other part of this section is what are called exceptional circumstances. And what I would, if you're interested in seeing exceptional circumstances and how we check for them, I can show those to you. But I think I put them in the recent SRB documents, which were posted just recently, I think last week. And those are in the MSE document, and there's some figures that'll show testing for exceptional circumstances. And those might come in handy when we have this later discussion on credibility and things like that as well. But the exceptional circumstances here, there's a new one added, and this was based on recommendations from the MSAB and the SRB. So there's actually 2 now, but the first one is to just compare. So what we do with an exceptional circumstance, say we condition the operating model in 2023, we did an MSE in 2023. Now we have observation at the start of 2023. We then get an observation from the FIS in 2023, and we get an observation from the FIS in 2024. So now we can look, are those observations within our expectations of the MSE simulations? So we can just make sure that the MSE simulations are reflecting what we're actually observing in the future, the reality. And so what I do is I take the MSE simulations and I plot the FIS estimate in there, the coast-wide FIS estimate in those simulations. And I see, yeah, it's either doing it. If it's outside the uncertainty window of the simulations, then it's not reflecting reality. We're observing something different than the simulations say. And so this is a good check, like, are the simulations actually relevant to current stock status? And so this might alleviate some of the concerns that we're not capturing the current productivity regime and things like that. So I do those plots every year and I test for them and then present them to the SRB. The second exceptional circumstance that we're adding is related to the realized mortality. And we do the same thing, except we look at what's the realized mortality from the fishery. So you might hear in some fisheries, they come back and they're like, look, you guys are setting this quota at 1,000 pounds. We can't even go catch 20. I mean, this is what, we heard in 4C-D&E. They're like, I don't know why you're setting these quotas up there. We can't catch your fish. There's nothing up there. So we just want to make sure that the MSE simulations are matching what the fishery is realizing. And so we do the similar plots for those. So when an exceptional circumstance is triggered, which means triggering an exceptional circumstance means reality is way different than our MSE simulations, that we're way outside the box. And it's like the simulations are not right. There's something wrong. We need to fix this. We talk to the SRB, we talk to the MSAB to determine, okay, what do we do? Do we recondition the operating model, redo simulations, whatever? We bring those to the commissioners. So there's some modification here and how the commissioners are involved now. And then the commissioners direct us to do more work. We do that work and then bring it back and update the harvest strategy policy, which might be, we need an SPR of 45%. We need to change the SPR. We need to change the control rule, whatever it is, the new results will be reflected in here. But it's just a way to make sure that we're not fiddling around with the management procedure a lot every year. And when we do fiddle around with it, it's either because it's been a while since we have, or because, look, something's wrong with our analysis. We need to go back and redo it. And so I've tested for those exceptional circumstances and put them in the SRB document for the upcoming meeting, and we're totally fine. the MSC simulations are actually doing a really good job predicting 2023 and 2024. Okay, so that's development.
Some question.
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
So in order to kind of, relay this idea of the exceptional circumstances and how the MSC process is trying to account or reconcile for that potential. There's a lot of folks in Region 4 are suggesting that we're at a level right now that there already is a conservation concern out there, and I was thinking a bit about the MEY and the MSY, and almost I'm wondering if there's a term that kind of describes a relationship between when the efficiencies of the productivity or the productivity in an area or a region is basically all, from the perspective of a stakeholder who's trying to sustain a business model. Is there a metric that kind of describes when there is a failure there, when you can't catch enough fish to sustain a business model, but technically it's not we're not in an overfish level, or the spawning biomass isn't in jeopardy of not being able to to sustain itself into the future, given the right environmental conditions for a high recruitment event? Or
I've talked to a lot of people about this, it's the challenge right now that we're working with in operating at a coastwide level over all fisheries. So we're being very generic about our objectives right now, and our objectives are applying to everybody everywhere. So how do we define one metric that satisfies everybody everywhere? Can't, right? This can be impossible, because there's some people who are probably doing fine out there, and there's some people who are not, right? Yeah. And that's just the nature of the business. The fish move around, all those sorts of things. So I think that is going to be future work as we redefine and refine and develop objectives. Is what are objectives? Do we start looking at regions and developing objectives for region 2, region 3, region 4, and then 4B out there? And do we say, look, one objective for region 4 is that catch rates are this and higher, or the TCY is this or higher, or the spawning biomass is this or higher. And we want an objective to maintain the spawning biomass in that region at these certain levels. So that's going to be future work, where we start coming from a coastwide, really broad, really general objectives, and start coming down. What are objectives for the recreational sector? What are objectives for subsistence? What are objectives for commercial fishery? So there's still a lot of work to do here and refining this. We started down that road when we were looking at distribution of the TCY into regulatory areas. And then we backed off it because the commission really wanted to focus on coastwide and getting this developed. I think that was a good decision, but it's challenging when we're not looking at management controls for these different areas to then develop objectives and try to meet those objectives for it. When the commission can do, they're making the decisions, they have those objectives in their mind, and they're making the decisions how to distribute the TCY to meet the objectives of people in the different areas.
Right.
But I don't think that should stop us from developing region-specific objectives and starting to think about, well, what does an SPR 43% mean for 4C D&E on average? What does it mean for 2A on average? And I think 2A has already developed an objective. They want a TCY 1.65 million pounds, right?
Yeah.
So that's good. That's an objective. We can test and see if we can meet that with the MSE work. So yeah, I think that's future work to come down. And I realize that that could be a real criticism of our process right now, but we have to start broad and then start bringing it down to individuals.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Okay, the final chapter is the application. And this is really, if somebody wants to see how does IPHC operate, this is where the chapter they would go to. And I have students, I've had a few students in the 8 years I've been, or 9 years I've been at IPHC, come to me and say, yeah, I'm trying to do these simulations, but how do you guys figure out what your quota is, you know? And it's like, I have to describe it to them. So that's going to be the real benefit of this document, is I can just say, oh, look at this document. So, so that's good. So this describes first how we manage coordinated management with domestic stocks. And so if you remember, IPHC only defines the TCY in each regulatory area, which can be translated to an FCEY. And then there's catch sharing plans in each of the regulatory areas, and that's how the domestic fisheries allocate to different sectors, for example. So that's not really under the purview of IPHC, at least in what we're doing here with the MSE, but we have all of that coded into the simulation model so that we can see what would rec catches be, what would commercial catches be, for example. There's coordinated management of international stocks, parties external to the convention, pretty generic. There is a short description of the stock assessment process. We don't want this to be really prescriptive on the stock assessment to allow the flexibility if we want to move to a different model or something like that. But what this does describe is the full stock assessment occurring every 3rd year, update stock assessments, for example, and then the decision table. So the second paragraph is a long description of the decision table that the stock assessment produces. And I think that's useful because that's a really important part and a really interesting part of the IPHC process. So we've now gone, we described monitoring above. We didn't want to really describe particulars of monitoring other than the general. Now we describe stock assessment or an estimation model. And then we get into these harvest rules. And this is the coast-wide reference mortality limit. This is where it's defining the 43%. And the decision-making step. So this is a really important paragraph here that the commission wanted included about their decision-making step and how it's included in the MSC simulation. So it's mentioned above as well in the development of the harvest strategy. And then this last one, if you were at the annual meeting, you may remember during the MSE presentation, we presented what we call the harvest strategy policy table. And that was a table that had the exact same columns, or it derived the columns from the decision table, and it used SPR, and then it showed the performance metrics associated for the MSE for all those different SPR levels that the commissioners were considering in their short-term decision making. So they could just look at the long-term implications. If they were to adopt an SPR 52% and continue doing that, what would be the long-term implications of that? And then here it defines, okay, there's the picture of the control rule. I think Garrett mentioned this yesterday, the 30-20, and that's described above in the section. But here then it describes rebuilding if the stock becomes overfished, what is overfished, and then what has to happen. The commission asked for a little bit of edits to this as well. So we've modified this, but basically overfished can be defined if your estimate is below the SB limb. But notice here, it has to have a high probability of being recovered, being above B limb before you declare it not overfished. So that's just that's pretty normal for any fisheries harvest strategy policy. Yep, what to do when rebuilding strategies, that just has to be built. The commission asked for timelines on these, so we put those.
What did you pick?
What's that? Well, there's two timelines. So we have the timeframes here. And it's pretty generic. It doesn't have a specific. So that's something that we might be working on, but it's just, it should take into account productivity and recruitment, et cetera. And so there's not any, we didn't pick anything yet. That would be a decision of the commission. The other time frame is how long do you have to have a rebuilding plan? How long once you declare it overfished, how long do you have to put a rebuilding plan into place? And so we're developing that, and I can't, we're working with the commission. I can't remember where we're currently at on that. Maybe like within a year or something like that. Just so we can't push it off.
But you couldn't really set the timeline until it happened because it would be based on current productivity and recruitment at that time.
Yeah. So I think that's part of that decision for the rebuilding time frame.
Yeah.
It could be like, wow, given the low recruitment we've seen, we're not going to rebuild for 10 years, so we might as well not force ourselves to rebuild them too, because it's impossible. But also the timeline for implementing a rebuilding plan that you want to do quickly.
Oh, right.
This mortality limits for each IPHC regulatory area just describes that's the decision of the commission. But another management input is a mortality table. And I think we've all seen mortality tables. It breaks it down by area and sector. So that's something that is produced as part of this process. And then I think it's the last section here, 4.7. I really wanted to give credit to the really fantastic process at IPHC where we have stakeholder input. And so this is describing how stakeholder input occurs in the harbor strategy policy or in the decision-making process. We have the MSAB, the conference board, the PAB, and the RAB. And then the last part there is the scientific input itself. And that's really related to the SRB, the Scientific Review Board, as well as external reviews. And then finally, a short description of the annual process where we have what our meetings are and when decisions are made. So that's the draft. There's been a lot of edits to this, a lot of minor edits, but I think I mentioned where the commission really directed the secretariat to do some major work. Additions to this are that figure, I forget which document, but the figure of the hierarchical objectives, the arrows and stuff on it. We put that into this harbor strategy policy. The other addition is a table of the 6-year process. I've been working on that table to try to make it make sense, but like it shows what happens when exceptional circumstance, then the next year it has to do this, and the next year it has to do this. When would the MSC operating model be redone? When does a full stock assessment take place? So it just gives you a timeline over a 6-year period, shows you what the process of these different things would look like. And other than that, I think the commissioners are really engaged on this. I'm really happy about that, and I've really enjoyed working with them to have their input into this process. Going forward, the plan that the commission has talked about with this document is to work on it this summer, potentially have another workshop, and then to, at the work meeting, hopefully have a draft that's pretty well formed, and the commission will discuss it at the work meeting. That's early September. And then there was a mention that they'd like to have the MSAP have a look at it in the fall, and then bring it to the interim meeting for potential adoption. Any questions on this?
So there's really
Go ahead, man.
no further work for us to do on it at this point. You will incorporate, on that, the objectives.
The objectives are good.
You sort of know how we've already spoken to that.
Yeah, there's been some mention on it, but if there's something that we discussed today, like overfished and overfishing or whatever, the MSAB can make those recommendations now. The MSAB review in the fall is going to really just be a short turnaround. So I don't think there's much the MSAB would be able to say before that, you know, it would. Yeah, I don't know what the process would be if we have an MSAB meeting in October and then a month later at the interim meeting. It'd be a really short turnaround to try to make any significant changes. So I think now is when we, you know, the MSAB will really want to make a recommendation on the objectives and how they would like, you know, their take on the wording of the objectives, the hierarchical nature of those, and anything else that you might see in this document.
But we talked about that yesterday, or should we go revisit that? I mean, about how the objectives should be reflected and.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a lot in
Yeah.
this meeting. We want clarification on that one phrase. Let me bring up.
And not to make it look like, you know, 3 versus
Yep.
4, that they're.
Yeah,
It's,
let me bring up the wording again. Just remember which document that was in. I think it was, yeah. Rob, could you bring up presentation 08, please?
08.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
I mean, should we note again here that we would like our language we've recommended relative to objectives to be provided to the commissioners?
I think I'll show you, I've already drafted a paragraph for you based on our discussions in the draft report. We'll get into the writing, but what I want to do is bring up these objectives. And so
This is still the uncorrected.
yeah, right. So this is what I presented yesterday. And we talked about clarification on number 2. Removing commas in 1 and, you know, making that clear. And for the harvest strategy policy, I think, you know, RSB limb, which, you know, rather than 20%, because RSB limb is defined as a reference point. Potentially removing that phrase and then rewording this and to just maximize the sustainable average coastwide yield while minimizing annual changes in the coastwide mortality, given the constraints above.
Okay,
So
so
I've tried to capture those, and then during the report writing, we can wordsmith them exactly as the MSAB wishes. But I think in general that this section of the MSAB report is the MSAB recommends the following the following wording for objectives to be included in the harvest strategy policy document, something like that. Just real clear recommendation.
okay, well, I would say we recommend that this objectives as we have recommended they be revised, be included, forwarded to the commissioners to be reflected in the harvest policy.
Yeah, I don't think they need to be, like, if we just say the MSAB recommended these objectives for the harvest strategy policy, it'll all forward to the commission.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
And then can I also have a suggested that they consider a term for a stock that is not being fished, but continues to be in an overfished state?
Well, that's the thing. If it's not fished, is it overfished?
Right.
According to how we calculate it, it can't be.
It can't be.
Yeah. Well, I think. Oh, right. Well,
If it's still,
if a stock is declared overfished based on the dynamic relative spawning biomass,
right,
it is overfished because of fishing, because of the effects of fishing. The environment's taken out of that equation. So I think what you're saying is there a term for a stock that's at concerning low levels or something like that, you know, low levels of concern or something like that, levels of concern. I don't know what it is, but it's a stock that's been driven to low levels by exogenous influences And there's just a concern for that, but there's not any real, like, so but I think it might be better to have the discussion about the absolute spawning biomass objective before we start bringing in terms like that.
Okay.
Once we have that objective, it'll be easy to bring in a term like that.
Okay.
Was there a question online? Comment? All right. Well, that's the harvest strategy policy.
I do have one question,
Yeah.
sorry.
No problem. Go ahead.
Been kind of going back and forth in my mind. I know that in the policy document, we've got on page 10, the schematic that shows how separate the decisions coming from the commission are and what authority it sort of implies the authority there. Just curious because of something that other people said, I can't remember who, earlier in this meeting, that not all management bodies work that way, and that under the last section 4.8 annual process, would it improve the strength of this document if we said something about the authority of the commissioners to make a decision that doesn't necessarily align with, certainly they'll be informed by all the inputs, but they're certainly within their authority to make a decision that does not align with us. I don't know how to say that. Not that way that I just said it, but.
No, you're, that's exactly what the commission has told us multiple times to include in this document, is that type of language. And so in this draft, we started including that. I think they've come up with some more ideas how to bring that in. And so in the edits, but I'm just trying to find where, one place is under mortality limits for each IPHC regulatory area, section 4.6. These are decided upon by the commission at the annual meeting. So there's a number of phrases that states that the commission make these decisions. And I'm trying to think in the development. So the technical evaluation of the harvest strategy, it should be in there. And if it's not, we put it in there. Yes, so this is page 15. An important component of this harvest strategy policy is the decision-making component, figure 2, where the commission considers management inputs and additional relevant factors when deciding on the coast-wide TCY and distribution of the TCY to IPHC regulatory areas to balance risk, cost, and catch. The MSE uses historical decisions to determine how to simulate decision-making variability, ensuring that a management procedure is robust to that variability as well as other sources of uncertainty. So that was all very important to the commission to have that language in there for a number of reasons. One reason is that it's clear they have the prerogative for decision making. They may depart from the management procedure. And 2, that it justifies that this process, this harvest strategy and policy, harvest strategy policy, is robust to all the uncertainties. So when a certification agency comes along and says the commission can just make whatever decision they like, and it's like, but we've tested it with that decision-making variability in there, and it still is sustainable, it still meets all the objectives. So it's just trying to protect us and make it certifiable, really.
Yeah.
But if you have a like if it's in that annual process as well.
I don't know that it needs to be.
Yeah, think about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So if the commission would like to, if the commission passes this along to the MSAB, the next availability of this document, public availability of this document will be before the MSAB meeting, because the work meetings usually close doors just for the delegations. We'll review it there, but then, yeah, by the interim meeting, there should be a harvest strategy policy draft available.
quick question.
Yeah.
This is kind of ended up being at the end of my reading list here. So kind of going through it. Thank you for the summary and the history lesson on the development. I'm wondering when we get to the development of the harvest strategy, or just within the document in general, is there a specific area that kind of like acknowledges or recognizes the sources of uncertainty that might be kind of a moving target? This is kind of like tying into this discussion I've been having with everyone on the changes to the stock assessment and how that seemingly small changes can make pretty big annual changes in what our perception of where the stock is at. But kind of reading 3.2 and the variability in the environment, I mean, in some ways you could replace variability with uncertainty in a way. But this is kind of the attempt to explain variability or uncertainty into what's kind of informing the inputs or the process.
Yeah.
After that.
Yeah. The section that you're noting, 3.2, is really the variability that we can't control, right? The monitoring, does that bring in, the monitoring section 3.3 gets at it a little bit. Where this is really coming in, and we've had a lot of discussion with the commission, is balancing risk, cost, and catch. And we've modified that section quite a bit in the current edits. And a lot of that discussion, balancing risk, cost, and catch, is about what's the risk to the stock, and in terms of our uncertainty, which can translate into changes in the stock assessment as well, and the cost of collecting the data to reduce that risk. So it's that balance. We found recently it's just, we're going to have to reduce the survey, which could increase the uncertainty, increasing risk because of cost. And so it's that balance and everything. So we're working with the commissioners on that. The other section is 4.3 in the stock assessment. And if you notice there, it says a full stock assessment occurs triennially and potentially makes changes to any of these components as needed. So that's trying to capture that, changes occur and things like that. What this document is not meant to reflect is research and updating our research and information. We have a 5-year research plan at IPHC, but that would feed more into what research we're doing and then how that gets into the changes of the stock assessment. But I'll give it a think, and we'll have our discussion today about the extra paragraph that we're looking at, and have a think about that and how that might fit into a document like this. And it certainly comes in the interannual variability as one of the objectives as well.
But one thing also, Dr.
Yep.
Hicks, I'd mention we need to keep in mind is that because we're doing closed loop simulations, MSE, like the management procedure, the harvest control, they've been simulation tested. And so by simulation testing, you deal with uncertainty in a much more robust way than you can with the stock assessment. That's kind of the point of doing it. And that's why a lot of the fisheries certification programs, like Marine Stewardship Council, for internationally managed fish stocks, they want to see an MSE testing to support your management procedure, your harvest strategy.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're dealing with uncertainty in a very robust and meaningful way.
Yeah, that's true, Chris. Michael?
I was thinking about this low population concern.
Mm-hmm.
And could we put a definition in there, level of concern, and the definition of that level of concern would be low population levels for RSV that are not caused by overfishing. So therefore, we separate that concern levels from those that might be caused by overfishing, by those that are caused by external factors. And then how we deal with them at that point might be different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point, Michael. I think we have a statement in our report to continue discussion of this absolute or actual spawning biomass objective. And I think it'll come in that discussion as well. So I'll make a note of that and make sure that we continue this discussion. But I like how you phrased it, a level of concern not caused by fishing. Yeah. All right. How about, I think we're scheduled for a break right now. And hopefully that was useful. We have scheduled a half-an-hour break. We can do a 15 as we've been doing.
Yeah.
15-minute break. We'll come back. We'll just think about what, what the next meeting schedule might look like, when you want another meeting for MSAB, and any other business. And I think other business is where maybe we take up the comments that Garrett was making and the paragraph in the report under other business might be a good place to put that. All right, come back at top of the hour.
That's a lovely meeting, so thank you very much for this.
Oh, thanks, Peggy.
I hope all goes as well as I can. Thanks. Sounds rough.
Are you all online?
I think so.
Okay. Great. So we have first up other business, and then we'll jump into the report.
All right. So let's see. Let me try to think. Let's try to think if there's any material we should bring up. I don't know of anything, but other business is usually where we talk about the next meeting and can bring up anything else. So I think what I've seen for here is we can talk about the next meeting, and we can also talk about the paragraph we sort of left unfinished in the morning review, talking about credibility of the stock assessment. If that sounds okay to the MSAB. Was there anything else anyone wanted to bring up that hasn't been brought up during the meeting?
Now, Alan, it's Chris Sporer. I just
Yeah,
wanted
Chris.
to make a couple of points just for people maybe to think about from now
Okay.
until the next meeting.
You want to make those right now?
Sure, we can. If I don't want to disrupt the meeting, but one thing, would it be possible to bring up Dr. Stewart's presentation, the stock assessment? I'm looking at slide 34.
Okay. Rob, you just want me, I can share my screen and bring that up if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that'd probably be the best way for that one.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just find it real quick. This is from the annual meeting, Chris.
Yeah. PowerPoint 11 stock assessment.
Is that or I can?
I got it.
Okay.
So thanks. That's the biggest I'll be able to get it, but
Slide 34.
just put a lot of slides in.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I guess something, and I'm not looking for an answer. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just something I've been thinking about, maybe get others thinking about is we talk about that we're at this low spawning biomass. And I guess my question is, are we at a low spawning biomass? And this is one thing I'm thinking about, or are we back to the new normal? You know, I mean, I don't know which one of those figures is right, the black line or the blue line. I do know that talking to fishermen in the 70s there, fishing was really, really bad. So I'm more inclined to think maybe the blues is more reflective. But I guess something I think about is, you know, we got this big blip in the biomass simply because of incredible recruitment events, not just the 87-year class, but that whole high productivity regime, which could have been an anomaly. So I guess my question is, just to think about is this are we at a normal biomass or slightly below normal? I'm not saying that's the right answer. It's just something I've been thinking about, and I just wanted to flag it for others. And the other point I wanted to bring up, could you bring up slide of Dr. Stewart's presentation of the decision table last annual meeting, number 13, revision 1, slide 11?
Slide 11. This one?
Yeah, that one. And just something that, and this is something I'm going to take back to my constituents, but I think, first of all, you know, this is basically the decision table in graphic form, which I think was a brilliant move by Dr. Stewart. It made understanding that table and helping people understand what it means really well. But if you look at this one for SPR 43, so it says that if we do the biomass is going to maybe decline slightly over the next short term, the immediate term, 1 to 3 years, and it's going to be around just below 200 million pounds spawning biomass. And then if we go to slide 25 of the presentation, MSAB presentation 7, could we go there? And this is something I'm going to take back to my stakeholders.
Oh, that's the document.
Yeah, that's good enough. We can working with that.
Okay.
Okay, so if you look at it, and you know, presumably right now, as we know, we're in a low recruitment current weight. So we're in those low ones, the green and the blue at the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you look up the spawning biomass, that's just under 200 million pounds. So, and I'm not saying this is right, but this is my interpretation. This is what I get to talk to my constituents about, is to say, look, you've all been wondering about the operating model, but in fact, the operating model aligns very closely with the stock assessment. When you force the operating model to behave at low recruitment and current weighted age or low weighted age, it produces pretty much the same result over the long term. And what I'm looking forward to is the next round when we can force it to behave at a low productivity and look at what fishing intensity is it going to take? What management procedure is it going to take to build that biomass and to what level? So that's just what a couple of things I've taken away from this meeting. And I'm probably, just so you know, I'm probably going to harass Alan to maybe change figure 16 a little bit to make it more focused on the two bottom ones to help me present to my constituents. And I know Dr. Hicks has helped me quite a bit in the past. I've tormented him with various graphs that he's commented on or helped me amend. So that's what I'm thinking about taking away from this meeting. I just wanted to put it out there. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. That's very insightful. And I just want to note, you're not tormenting me. That's how I see my job. And as an MSAB representative, part of your job is to go and talk to your constituents. And if there's a better way to present this stuff to the people you work with and the people you want to present to, don't hesitate to call me up and work on a method. I think that's part of this process as well. We just want to make sure that communication stays open, because that's what we talked about yesterday. That's a big part of this. Yeah, thanks, Chris. And I agree. You know, I've looked at, I'll bring up the SRB document real quick here just to show you those exceptional circumstances, because I think that's useful as well. Wow, Ian already has his presentation up. That's great. And so this is looking at exceptional circumstances. So now here is the operating model, and it's conditioned up to 2022, including data from 2022, basically here. And that's why it's in gray. These 2023 and 2024 are actually projections from the MSE operating model. And the yellow dots are estimates of the FIS 032. So the blue bar is the range of uncertainty that the operating model predicts. And then the yellow dots are the prediction of FIS 032 WPUE. You see it's right in there. The actual realizations are right inside and close to the middle of what the MSE operating model has been projecting. So that gives me a little bit more faith in the operating model. And then if we look at the total mortality, you see historically up to 2023, we input that total mortality. And then 2024 and 2025, these are projections using 43% and SPR 43% because that's our default management procedure. And that's the management procedure that goes into the harvest strategy policy. So we want to make sure it's robust. And this includes decision-making variability. These yellow dots and the blue bars are realized total mortality compared to simulated total mortality. And it's within the range of uncertainty in the operating model. And so that's what's really important. They're less because the commission has has adopted TC-wise less than the SPR 43%, but it's still within that uncertainty band. And that's what really matters the most in this. Did I have the, oh yeah, I did put it in. What's not an exceptional circumstance, but I always like to check is how does the ensemble stock assessment compare with the MSE operating model? Chris, this is, I think, getting at your last point there, is the stock assessment's been providing advice to us in what is currently happening. So 2023, this is using the current stock assessment and estimates from previous, from 2023 and 2024. And it's showing, the spawning biomass around 150 million pounds in 2023 and 2024. The operating model is predicting a higher biomass because it's now has the option to increase weighted age. It has the recruitment's slightly different because of the way the PDO is put in. I don't think it's been updated in these simulations. But there's some slight differences, but the MSE operating model is still covering that. And like you said, Chris, if we force this to just be the low productivity regime, it would probably be even a little bit closer. But the operating model is slightly higher on average than the stock assessment. And that's okay. The operating model has a lot more uncertainty in it, but we're also comparing management procedures. We're not trying to use the MSE really as a prediction of what's going to happen in the next 2, 3, 4, 10, even 20 years. We're trying to characterize the uncertainty and see if one management procedure performs better than another.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's not about paying attention to the spawning biomass number, but more how does one compare to the other and what's the trend over time?
Yeah. But it's not a bad, it's not way off sync with stock assessment. So I felt pretty good about all of these checks on the current MSE.
So in theory, our requests to do the projections with the lower recruitment or size of age estimates might align the MSE points with the ensemble.
It would align them closer,
Yeah.
but really I think what's driving the difference here is this MSE operating model was conditioned to the stock assessment from 2022. And now this purple points are the stock assessment from 2024. And if you remember, Ian presented last year, like the fishery CPUE has been declining, and that's actually readjusting the stock assessment. So that's that retrospective pattern you've been talking about. Is it's not only updates to natural mortality and stuff, it's the new data have been giving us a slightly different picture of the stock. And that's the uncertainty in the stock assessment. And so what's happened since 2022 is the stock assessment has keep reducing the spawning biomass even retrospectively. And so the operating model hasn't caught up with that in the stock assessment as well either. Thanks for that, Chris. If you want to capture any of that in the report, please let me know when we get to that section.
Hey, Alan,
yeah.
this is Tom.
Hey, Tom.
curious, it just seems like we're in a bit of denial. I mean, I don't see anything magical about this. I mean, the fish used to be 4 times the size they are now. The number of females is like 1/4 to 1/3 of what they used to be. The spawning biomass is down to what, 150. It used to be over 600. So why would we think that we're going to have any recruitment bounce back rapidly when there's fewer females and they're much smaller, so they produce many millions of less eggs out there? Why do we think they're going to? Why do we expect this to bounce back rapidly? Under those conditions, I mean, I just think we've just fished this stock down fairly hard, and it's going to take a long time for it to come back. And I don't think there's anything magical about it. It's like we need to relieve pressure on it and let these fish grow up again. So.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Tom. And there is potentially some relationship between spawning biomass and the amount of recruitment, but we haven't seen a real strong correlation with Pacific halibut. And so I'm showing these plots. These are recruitment. You look in the late 70s, there was actually a series of really good recruitment. The late 70s was also when we thought the biomass was at one of its lowest values, potentially. These are the 2 ensemble models. So we've seen, and that's happened even, in the 1930s. So we've seen the recruitment hasn't been really strongly correlated with the size of the spawning biomass. And so yeah, but we are doing a fecundity study. We've been looking at that and to try to understand more of, the potential for recruitment through the number of eggs. So more research on that. And then I want to note, Chris, these are the 2 models from the ensemble, and basically they tell you a different story because we have limited data historically in the past here. We really can't separate out what happened between these 2 models. Just tell a different story. One is just coast-wide fleets, and it says, along the coast, they took out a lot of mortality and drove the stock down. The black line is the areas as fleets, and it says a lot of the stock decline was in the region 2 and 3, but there wasn't a whole lot of fishing up in 4, so there was a bit of a surplus up there that then kept the coast-wide stock biomass high. So it's 2 different hypotheses that we really can't separate out. But I like what you said, Chris, is like this model says we're at these low levels now. If we look at the black model, we're actually below that now. But we might be at what's happened for a long period of time throughout the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Alan, which model assumes not much migration? Which one assumes our current understanding?
Yeah, so the neither model has migration in it, but the blue line just treats all the fleets as taking the stock out of the whole coast. It doesn't try to separate it into certain areas. The black line separates out fleets in region 2, 3, 4, and 4B. And so it's not, it's saying it still has a coast-wide biomass, but it's just able to explain it in a different way, saying these certain fleets were operating, and later on more fleets came into the population. But the way that Ian explains it is it's 2 different hypotheses about what happened historically.
I thought the migration component was the fact that the southeast area where most of the pressure was could be replenished rather than in the sense that they don't migrate and
that's the hypothesis, yeah. And that's what will show up in the MSE operating model because that's spatial. It's not going to show up in the assessment other than the fleets are operating with different selectivities. It's a way to mimic spatial characteristics, but not include spatial dynamics. But yeah, you're exactly right. Is that what I think would be the case for the black is that the way the hypothesis might be explained is that there was surplus biomass in the northwest, and that eventually could keep trickling down, feeding into region 2.
That's right.
All right. My suggestion is Garrett unfortunately has to leave at noon. Maybe we can try, as part of other business, try to tackle this paragraph, and then we'll talk about the MSAB 22 meeting, if that's okay. I guess the first thing is, do we want a paragraph like that in the report? If so, where? And then what's the wording of this paragraph? Any suggestions? We could put it under other business, which I'll do. I'll move later.
I guess my comment, Dr. Hicks, would be that it seems to be a little bit outside the purview of MSAB and what we're supposed to be talking about with the MSE. I think if we do want to put it in, I don't think I'd say agreed. I'd say noted, and I think the only way I'd be comfortable with it is if we changed it, the wording of the last sentence to say this results, so take out undermines the credibility of the management project. This results in increased interannual variability of the TCY, which may not be captured in MSC simulations.
Yeah, I wrote this at 1 a.m. So,
and then the other point I'd make is that they're not captured in MSC simulations until the operating model is conditioned to the new stock assessment, right?
And I think the point here is that the uncertainty in the stock assessment that's caused by changes in assumptions is not captured, may not be captured in the MSC simulations. We can introduce every third year or something, the uncertainty is greater or something like that, and there is uncertainty here. But I agree with you, Chris, in 2 points. One is we're on the line between what the MSE mandate is and what the short-term tactical decision making is, and the discussion of the stock assessment. And and I think also that really focusing on the interannual variability of the TCY keeps us in the lane of the MSAT.
Right. Well, like I say, my preferred option would be to take it out. But if we want to leave it in, I could live with leaving it as noted and taking out the wording as you've done there. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Any comments on this wording?
So I'll just,
Go ahead, Jim.
I'll just, basically reiterate what Chris said. When I started reading this morning, I was going, oh, geez, this is really, to me, outside of what we should be doing. But like, if people really need to put that in, Chris's change in wording, I would agree with that. But if people want to, use undermines, credibility and stuff, I would never agree to that.
Yeah, to me, and the attention behind this is not necessarily that's not an important component. But more, it's come up quite frequently over the last few years that a lot of the conference board members would like to be able to, see a visual depiction and a kind of a contrast between, the previous model and then the model that's been updated, to just kind of understand what the changes in the inputs are making to our risk or decision making table and those probabilities. And I feel like there's a lot more information within that decision table that, visually showing kind of like if we weren't to just focus on the average, but people could see, okay, if our spawning biomass estimates were where they were in the previous stock assessment, or 10% higher or lower than what the kind of the baseline is for the risk table, that could be useful. And I understand that's complex and could get really confusing if you have like different risk tables that we're all trying to consider. But that was kind of was my hope, was to have a discussion and maybe a recommendation of ways to better articulate and present the risk table. And this is kind of a component of it that we've just recently seen small changes to the stock assessment yielding pretty dramatic change or positive bias in the following year. So I mean, I think I circulated some ideas on what a request might look like, and please feel free to just, if this isn't in our purview, I'm happy to take that as well.
Alan, this is Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. Thanks.
Hi. I had similar thoughts to what Chris expressed about the language, and actually wanted to capture the last point that you made. So using the language that you have displayed on the screen after MSC simulations, I would say resulting in inconsistency between the assumptions in the stock assessment model and the operating model. And just relative to how this relates to the MSAB's charge, I guess, is I think we want the operating model, right, to be as consistent as possible with what is being used for decision making, which is the stock assessment model. And so I think just noting these differences and why, I think, is important. Thanks.
Yeah, can you repeat that, Michelle? I'm hesitant to just write it in. I just want to hear it again, I guess.
Yeah. So the focusing on the second sentence, as it's currently written, it would be, this results in increased interannual variability of the TCEY, which may not be captured in the MSC simulations, resulting in inconsistency between the assumptions in the stock assessment model and the operating model.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, and I guess I'll defend why I wrote the consistent application of a stock assessment model informing the MP. In the MSC simulations, the operating model is conditioned to whatever stock assessment model in that year, and then in the simulations going forward, it pretends there is a stock assessment, and it says this stock assessment's this, and that provides the TCY, and that's where a lot of uncertainty comes from. And I was thinking this was more of the process of that. Are we capturing that level of uncertainty and potential bias that or potential updating of the stock assessment maybe is becoming less biased in the annual application of the stock assessment, and it changing every year or potentially every year. And then maybe every third year, there's a big change that causes the TCY to do something different. We've tried to keep the stock assessment and the operating model as consistent as possible, but they get out of sync after a couple of years because of updates, as we just saw there. So I think maybe even both of those statements might be worthwhile. The other part of this, though, is that when there is a big update to the stock assessment, we would likely recondition the operating model to make it as consistent as possible.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, and I also appreciate Garrett's concern about affecting the credibility of the management process. And I guess was also thinking, just something to the effect of, we want to avoid confusion on the part of the stakeholders, or on how information is communicated to the stakeholders. And so it's just more of when it isn't exactly the same, we just want to make sure that that doesn't result in causing confusion or, potentially creating a situation of where something is viewed as being misleading just because it's different.
I was trying to capture that last point that Michelle just made, and I think as Garrett was getting at, with what's been struck, and wondering how Chris and others feel in that sentence that said undermines the credibility. If it said this produces counterintuitive results and increased interannual variability. Because I felt like that was part of what you were trying to say, Garrett, that, we're raising retrospectively the estimate of abundance when what fishermen are experiencing on the ground is really poor fishing, and that counterintuitive, change is what.
Yeah, it's been real impactful.
So I don't know how, Chris and Jim or others, if you object to that, but just to say, it could say this produces counterintuitive results and increased annual variability was what I was suggesting there. And I'm fine with other changes people have suggested. I also like having this paragraph included.
Can you clarify for me how the first part of the statement, all the way down to undermining credibility, like how does that in and of itself increase interannual variability? I think the variability is coming from commission decisions, correct? And like the simple facts that the modeling has changed. I'm not saying that this is inappropriate. I'm just trying to clarify in my mind the correlation. What's the correlation? How does this correlate to interannual variability?
I think the commission decisions have actually reduced the interannual variability because, for the example, when natural mortality was estimated, the reference TCYs were around 30-some million pounds, and then we did a new stock assessment. Says, hey, we got more data. We can update you, and look, it's a little more productive than we thought. Now the reference TCY is 52 million pounds, and then the commission says, well, we're not really ready to go there, so we'll keep it where it used to be. So they reduced that potential variability. Whereas if we were following the management procedure exactly, and this new stock assessment change came in, it would have resulted in quite a big change to the TCY, an increase actually in that sense. But that would be that would have been over 15% change in that 1 year based on an update to the stock assessment rather than just the normal uncertainty in the stock assessment. So it's just, what are the different sources of variability?
I think it also came at a time when people were expecting a reduction.
Yeah.
Because fishing was poor, and then it, jumped. So I think to me that's part of the counterintuitiveness.
Yeah, and I think it's not always going to result in counterintuitive results, and maybe it doesn't always have interannual variability.
So we should say this may
result,
may result in, or may produce counterintuitive results if you won't want to use results twice.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm wondering about, like, what are we trying to say here in that? Okay, so Dr. Stewart and IPHC Secretariat go to the stock assessment. They realize, we've got new information, and based on the best available information, this is what the stock assessment says. They bring it to the process at the intermeeting and the annual meeting, and they don't say they're recommending it. If you look at their thing, they say it's noted. The recommendation is that the commission noted the stock assessment, and then it's in the commission's hands. and we all look at it and make our comments to the commissions. I guess, what are we implying here? That we don't want them to make changes to the stock assessment? I guess I'm struggling with this because I think it's really getting further and further now outside the purview of MSAB and MSE, and it's more discussion at conference board. I think if we as stakeholders, and speaking from the conference board side, say we'd like things presented in a different way, then I think if we talked about that and said, to the secretariat, we appreciate the comment was made about the decision table. Okay, we appreciate the decision table. Could we also see a decision table in this format? And if it's not too much work, and doesn't, they probably produce it for us. But I guess I'm trying to get a sense we might get counterintuitive results, and that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. Like, I guess I'm really struggling with what we're trying to get at here. That we don't want changes to the stock assessment, or that if they don't agree with what we think, we shouldn't accept them?
Yeah, I would agree with you, Chris. And that's, I've been trying to craft this in a way that sort of keeps us in the lane of the MSE. But I think for this conversation, this conversation is really leading to a conversation that the conference board would have, and a conversation that should really involve Dr. Stewart as well. Not just, and so that's where it starts leaking out of the lane of the MSAB. And part of the reason Dr. Stewart doesn't attend this meeting as consistently or is as involved as I am, because of these different lanes that we have in these analyses. And I think that having to bring him into this conversation is a real indication that we are going out of the lane of the MSE process. I think where we want to stay focused is in how does the MSE process handle these changes that occur in the stock assessment, and is it doing it appropriately, and what are the consequences of this, and how might the MSE simulations be not exactly right? And so that's why I think the first sentence sort of gets at what the issue is, and then the second sentence is trying to get at, the consequence of this is interannual variability in the TCY, because the MSE simulations may not be applying this because it's assuming a consistent application of a stock assessment. And so I'm hesitant to include counterintuitive results because,
that's fine, take it out.
Yeah, I'm just not sure it would always be counterintuitive.
Yeah.
I
was trying to capture more of what I thought Garrett wanted, and if he's okay with taking it out, I'm okay.
I am. I mean, really, my hope was to be able to. I think it'd be really useful for the transparency if we could look at a stock assessment from 1 year, and then look at the stock assessment and the changes that made, and compare what those changes have done to our perception of the risks associated with the annual updates. And I would find that personally useful, and I think it could be helpful in kind of calibrating where we are as far as our risk tolerance. If we go back and look and understand that there maybe was a positive bias that resulted in us maintaining a TCY at a certain level for a little too long, that I feel like that's kind of the intention of why we're asking for the simulations to use low recruitment and low productivity. So I agree, Chris. Like, I do think it might be, a better discussion to have at the conference board, but I feel like it would be kind of useful to have prior to the next meeting.
Well, I think that's a good. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, Garrett. Like, I mean, my point would be is I think that actually what changes are made and the implication that changes are included in the stock assessment documents and the presentations, and it shows the the retrospective bias and the impacts on this estimates of the spawning biomass. From my perspective, it's in there, but from your perspective and your constituents, obviously it's not. So what I think we need to do, and like you just said, is before the meeting, a few of us need to get together and have a online meeting like this or whatever, and maybe go through and say, you know, probably sooner rather than later, what are the type of things we'd like to see, what kind of products the IPHC can produce, because they're actually pretty good at it if we can outline what we need to see.
So just for clarification, which meeting are you talking about, Chris?
I'm talking about the conference board. I'm talking about
So
at the conference board.
Yeah, and so and also this is kind of where conference board members input into what the agenda should be, right? So if this is obviously sounds like an important agenda item, that it would be part of the agenda, and ideally, as Chris is saying, maybe a small agenda committee to flesh it out a little bit more, so that with the discussion stay focused on what people we're really trying to get at, but also allowing or providing kind of the secretariat sort of a heads up about here's some of the products that we would like to see to help us with a discussion at conference.
Yeah, I think this is another example how we're getting out of the lane of this meeting, and so I think if where we can take where this is important to this meeting is how we're actually modeling the stock assessment. So if we want to make sure that we're including this type of variability as the stock assessment, which it believe that when we did this analysis, it did include it maybe, but we saw some big changes that it might not fully encompass it. And that's where I think it may not be, applied in the simulations. And I think that's captured here. When we start talking, if we were to go down the road where a management procedure was more than just SPR 43% based, and it was based on the decision table, the results of the decision table, and the management procedure decided what the risk is, or we wanted to model the risk, then that would be good. But I don't think this is the forum to ask to see different stock assessment model runs and things like that. That would be in the conference board. But I think that this paragraph is good because it captures something that may not be in the MSC simulations, and it makes me think about, okay, how do I want to do this? And I really want to bring in the stock assessment and maybe consider these sort of updates every once in a while, understand that source of variability and model that variability in this process.
I think what this can highlight is the issue is that the FIS went one direction, the reference TCUI went in the opposite direction. Within the MSC framework, that's not, that's a result that can happen, right? Because of the uncertainty that you have built into it. So perhaps something to consider is that it's more of a, well, what are the consequences of that, right? The survey going one direction, the model, the assessment going another. I think you have those results in there. It's just a matter of filtering them out to be able to display
how often that occurs.
Right, how often that occurs, and here's what the long-term consequences can be. Of going in an opposite direction.
That's a good point. Mike has to say.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
I'm looking at this and I agree that we don't want to use the word.
Okay.
I like the word notion. And I think this paragraph should be put in the other business.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll move it there when we get to the report writing.
Yes, I think that's where it belongs. But I do agree it is important that we highlight, we noted it, we brought it up.
Yeah, no, I agree. We've had a lot of discussion here. It's not something that should be omitted from the report. Any other comments on this before we move on? Are we happy with this wording, including the new phrase at the end, and may result in an inconsistency between the stock assessment the operating model until the operating model is reconditioned.
I'm happy with it. And for Chris and Jim, I'd be happy to have a discussion prior to the annual meeting and maybe work with you guys to identify a couple ideas for presenting the information in a different way so people can interpret the risk table a little different. So
yeah,
I got to run to the airport.
Okay. And then I think the recommendation that you had in your original email, Garrett, might be something more appropriate for a conference board as well.
So thank you.
Okay, so let's discuss the next meeting. Any thoughts on the next meeting? Let me bring up. I'm sharing my screen.
So I guess the first question is, what would the topic be for the next meeting?
Yeah, I guess topics of the next meeting. So this is sort of the schedule of upcoming meetings before the interim meeting. The scientific review board has 2, and then the RAB. We don't have an MSAB scheduled at this point in time.
Are those scientific review boards open to the public to listen in?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's an online link to that.
And there's one in June. Oh, it's right there.
Yeah, 26 is in. Yeah, so there'll be an Adobe Connect link eventually. Yeah, so what are some of the topics that we've discussed since I'm on the screen? Oh, let's describe what we'd like to write. How do I get rid of you? Can't even get rid of it. Amazing. Anyways, one potential topic was the harvest strategy policy. Another potential topic was looking at those initial productivity regimes. And then another potential topic was objectives.
And a review of previous times we looked at harvest strategies. Back in 2019, review of the results or
Yeah. I think those would be informative. We wouldn't want to make any recommendations on those because they're old data, but they're definitely informative of how things work.
I think in my mind, I think I'd like to see it to see what we looked at, what the results were, and if we find a couple that are really interesting, then once you get the new operating model dialed in, then we can simulate those.
Yeah. Thanks, Garrett. Good luck out there.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have a good soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like it could be a busy meeting.
I mean, I guess a suggestion I might have is one of the productivity regimes is super interesting. Like, I feel like that's best served after you have reconditioned the model to match the stock assessment that's produced this year. And I also think that it's important to give you time. So I go back to that comment you had about spending some time updating the software of the model. I think that's really important. I would suggest to the board to allow him time to be able to do that. You'll get a lot more out of him in the future.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah. But between the HSP, the objectives, and those previous results, because those tie into the objectives in terms of like smoothing between, well, I mean, I guess that's a different topic, but smoothing between triennial or whatever. That is a lot to talk about.
Yeah, and part of reviewing previous results we can look at the work that we've already done on productivity regimes. There's actually a couple papers, and I've had the pamphlet that really didn't work too well at the annual meeting. But there's been some work on productivity regimes that might be helpful without redoing stuff. But you know me, I probably will redo it.
So one thing that came up was that, so let me start with a question. What do you think the timeline is for an implementation of a triennial stock assessment? And that's something that's high up on everybody's list. I think the Secretariat wants it to happen because they believe that it will fulfill better, it'll be more efficient use of time. So I personally see that happening fast, but if we wait for the conditioning of the operating model on new information after the stock assessment, I don't know where that kicks that conversation down the road. So the question is, can we look at some of those values or do runs and with some of the things that we talked about based on old operating model to give us a point of discussion? Like, it should still show us patterns that would be very meaningful to support or not support, rather than just rushing in and actually adopting those things without having done any previous work.
That is a good question. I mean, in terms of like, what do you feel, Alan, the time frame for putting it? I guess in my opinion, it wouldn't happen before.
Well, I mean, the MSAB put in a recommendation for a triennial assessment frequency and an SPR 46%. And the annual meeting, it was presented, but there was no action on it. It could be considered by the commissioners in this new harvest strategy policy before adoption. I think it's not likely to happen at this point, but I think they did mention, I'm trying to remember, we had a conversation. They did mention, they asked, well, how could we change something like that? And it's like, that's how you amend the harvest strategy policy. So the other timeline that I see is the MSAB sees some review of their results, which could include triennial and different fishing intensities, and reiterate that recommendation to the commission for consideration at the interim or the annual meeting. When they see that, when they're adopting the harvest strategy policy, they may say, well, let's just change it to that. Or they may say, let's adopt this harvest strategy policy and then consider this with at the annual meeting, or say, let's look at the new operating model and redo this analysis. So, but I'm not exactly sure what the timeline is, but typically the adoption of those types of things. So as a reminder, these meetings are, this May meeting, when you have 2 meetings a year, and this is the SRB as well, the May meeting is typically requests for things to come back at the fall meeting. In the fall meeting, you'll make those real recommendations that then get forwarded to the commission. And so, we could do that at the fall MSAB meeting if we were to have one. I suppose we should. It sounds like there's support to have a fall meeting.
Yeah, and then maybe virtually, so it doesn't cost us the IPHC the same kind of.
Yeah, I mean, really appreciate the in-person on this meeting, but I think if we, it's going to be obviously difficult for people to travel. And we're fortunate to have it here in Juneau, get some of the locals here.
So that tells me that, so if we made recommendations now, if we had a reconditioned model, we could make recommendations now, see them in October. But this would kick it down to May, year from now, recommendations seeing it the following October, probably. Correct?
Or could we have them in our October meeting of this year?
Yep.
Make recommendations based on previous work that we've already looked at, looking at those results and deciding what we want to have plugged into the operating model once he gets it tuned out at the beginning of the year. And then when we show up in May, we can have those results.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of results now to support this recommendation for a triennial stock assessment 46. I thought that was a good recommendation. And I think it'd be worth reiterating it.
I guess something I would recommend to the board to consider, on the triennial assessment is having it evaluated with these reduced core designs for the FIS. I think that is, in my mind, that's one of the bigger roadblocks in using going to a triennial schedule at the moment, is that if you're going just based off of the FIS to change your TCEY in intervening years, and you're basing it on a FIS that has potential bias in it, that's going to be that's an issue.
Yeah, and then there's also the consideration of the variability. On average, it was lower, but we saw it was greater in an assessment year. A lot of discussion about that. So I think at MSAB022, we'd want to discuss those things and have a really good look at those again and see if that recommendation still holds.
And I don't know if we're discussing that, but I wanted to jump back to the objectives related to actual spawning balance. So the comment on that, we tore into it a little bit and talked about, well, is that a fishery objective or is it a biological objective? And there were both perspectives on that. But on the fishery objective side, in terms of like just no efficiency in the fleet, bad fishing, there was something else that you had put down of like minimum TCEYs as a target, which is unrelated to like B36. B36 becomes a fishing target for us, but it's spawning biomass related and no minimum, you know, to achieve a certain efficiency, because we can fish it, we can be at B36 now, and we don't like it. So part of what's always kind of hanging around in my mind, and I thought this edged towards, depending on how you looked at it, is, you know, is there a way for us to stay at a spot by putting the brakes on way early? Like, had we put the brakes on in 2005 or 2002 or something, and coming off this high, could we have tapped on the brakes then and found ourselves now at 50 million pounds instead of 29, or 45 instead of, and we had a side conversation yesterday, like, you know, is that even possible? Because we have the black line that shows where the stock would be right now. But I would just like to understand what's possible, and maybe that's just the me and you on the side talking about it, but I don't want to think that we can have some harvest strategy policy or management procedures that keep us at a level that's totally unrealistic. And I personally need somehow at some time to understand what's even possible. And maybe, you know, the question in my mind would be, is it possible of making tweaks early on to stay at or above 40 million pound TCUI?
Yeah, and this is what I think the conversation would be around this. Is this an objective? And if it is an objective, how do we meet that objective? That's what I'm hearing you say. And I put the note there, how to avoid low TCUIs, because when I present the review of results, I'll try to present it in that context as well. And I know we started doing that at this meeting, but yeah, I can bring that in. I think this would be a good agenda for the MSAB022. I'm not sure how many days. Objectives always takes up a bit of time. Those are difficult discussions. Yes, Scott?
Can I ask for clarification on the FIS design? So it's on a triennial basis. So on 1 year, we do the full assessment. On another year, we do the core area. And then on another year, we do the partial core area?
No, the FIS design is what it does is say we're operating on it's a reduced core area. And it would be it would do that reduced core for 2 to 4 years, and then it would do a bigger design, and then it would go back to the reduced core for 3 to 4 years. And it wouldn't necessarily align with an assessment year either. Okay. Just because that would be an independent process of what is possible. Yeah, but I think Pete made a really good point, is that would have a big effect on the triennial assessment.
And I'll note that to keep clear in your mind that that's an attribute of the simulation that he's doing in the MSC. In reality, we don't know whether we'll ever be back to a base block design.
Right. That's what I'm thinking about in my head. I was like, how how accurate is it to assume that that's going to be occurring when we're stuck with trying to pay the bills?
Right. That was just the hard part of the assumptions we had to make in the simulations.
Thank you.
We talked about that a lot. Was there a comment online?
Yeah, it's Chris Ford, Dr. Hicks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Just on the second one, objectives related to actual spawning biomass relative to SB 2024, I would put in there or TCUI, simply because that's a TCUI objective is related to just in on the ones you had there. So the points you just had up.
Yeah, I just wanted to show this paragraph, which has TCY in this paragraph. So what we'll do is this will drive that agenda item.
Okay. The other comment I'd have is I don't know about the term. I understand the actual spawning biomass, but now we're introducing a new term when we've been using absolute spawning biomass, which is used in a lot of the IPHC literature. So I'm not. And second of all, actual spawning biomass seems to imply that the other spawning biomass is somehow fake or something's wrong with it.
Yeah, I started using that in this meeting, and I'm not sold on either of these. But yeah, so if you have better wording, I think people were getting confused with absolute, so I started using actual, but now it seems they're getting confused too. So maybe we'll have an agenda item to talk about how do we actually describe this. Well, I think this is a good agenda. We still have a few paragraphs to add to the report before considering it for adoption. But one last thing to discuss is, does the MSAB want to make a recommendation on MSAB022, when it occurs and how long it might occur? I'll show you an example from MSAB020. This is what it looks like from MSAB020. The MSAB agreed 2 meetings should occur every year, one in the spring and one in the fall. Recommended the 21st session to be held in the first half of May 2025, which I think was helpful, and we had really good attendance at this meeting. And agreed that in-person meeting could be reduced by holding meetings locations with no cost meeting spaces, which we're very grateful to the region for hosting us at this meeting. And so, yeah, this is what's been recommended in the past. So I don't know if it might be useful for the MSAB to make a recommendation of holding MSAB022 at a certain time and location.
So I'll give one comment on the schedule. Mid-May is pretty tough for me. And this is what I consider mid-May.
Yeah.
The last time we were in person in Sitka was, I think we started on the 5th or something. Literally late April or early May. That like this is crunch time for us, and
yeah,
I'm glad to be here, but it was a stretch.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, and we can capture that when we schedule the May meeting. But is there a time in the fall that works better for people? Typically, it's later in October. I think this year the interim meeting is actually pretty late. And yeah, and
I'm wondering. Oh, sorry, Alan.
Yeah, go ahead, Gwen.
I wonder if what might be easier, I think, is what we did to get that line in MSAB 20 about first half of May. But if we kind of quickly take a look at our calendars, if we identify no-go dates, will probably be easier for us to whittle down to kind of the most ideal timing.
Yeah, there's going to be, I'll check, there's going to be a work session for the Board of Fisheries. Let me see when that is.
Okay.
That's October 28th to 29th, followed right by the PCOD meeting. So October 28th to the 31st, might want to avoid.
Is that a state PCOD?
Yeah, it's like Alaska Peninsula, Aleutian Islands, Bering Sea, Chignik.
I'll also just put in that October 13th is Canadian Thanksgiving, so that's probably a no-go date as well.
And the council meeting ends on October 8th.
The Pacific and North Pacific have.
North Pacific Council, yes, sorry.
Yeah, the Pacific also has a meeting in the last half of September. I don't know if we're looking at September, but I'd say the last 2 weeks of September would be out due to council meetings.
Okay.
There's overlap between IPHC annual and Board of Fish Southeast St. Louis last time. Who do we, like, looking forward to 2028? IPHC schedules really far in advance, but so does Board of Fish. Maybe it's just impossible not to have overlap. I don't know. But.
Yeah, I think they schedule the annual meeting. That's one of the last agenda items at the annual meeting. They talk about the next annual meeting. Well, it looks like. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it looks like from what you've kind of plopped up on the screen there, Alan, perhaps the week of October 20th might be a sweet spot. It doesn't seem like there's anything conflicting as of yet. Granted, we've only been looking at our calendars for a couple minutes.
Yep. And is there any preference of an online or in person?
Well, that's how I will enjoy it.
Yeah.
That would be my preference too, actually.
And I know there's only one Canadian that made it this year, which is, wish y'all could be here. But I'm wondering what the Canadian, if there's any preference from Canada. I can cross borders.
Yeah, I can only speak for Anne-Marie and myself. We have certainly budgetary constraints of whether or not we as government officials are able to travel and how far we can travel. But I can't speak on behalf of stakeholders.
I'll talk to Dave about his thoughts, and because he knows more about the budget and everything else, what the commissioners would prefer. I'll talk to him about preference. I think he had to catch a flight, so he's offline now.
Yeah, clearly in-person meetings are preferred.
Yeah.
But I understand
way more productive
travel plans and stuff like that.
Okay, well, I think that this gives us enough to craft a paragraph. We have enough to talk about. I wonder if, a 2-day meeting could probably get through this, but this was a 3-day meeting, this one, and we got through a lot of material. So maybe we just say a 2 or 3-day meeting or in the recommendation, and then we'll sort it out. Now let's take a look at the agenda. I think that's all that we have, other than we have to do some report writing. And so any other business, I guess we should ask. And if not, we're a little bit behind schedule now, but we had, the idea was to do these last few paragraphs so that I could go away at lunch to clean up the report and then bring a clean version that we could just go through and adopt. Does anybody have any preference? Really thinking about the Pacific Coast where it's 1 o'clock. Do you want to break for a lunch and come back and do some drafting, take another break, and then do the adoption? Or would you rather just jump right into some drafting these last few paragraphs, take a lunch, and then adopt after lunch? I'll give the online participants first stab.
So why don't we finish the drafting and then before we break?
I'm happy.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion as well. Let's get those last couple paragraphs drafted and then we'll break.
Okay. The reason I track changes so I can then bring it into these reports. So this one's not going to reflect what we talked about this morning, but let's just draft these last few paragraphs. Okay, so we talked about the harvest strategy policy, and the MSAB noted document 9 with the draft. This is where I have the MSAB requested that the commission clarify the phrase in objective B from paragraph above. Actually, it's not from paragraph above, so I'll have to modify this because that was the issue. It's only in the harvest strategy policy. We'll have to reword this. Blah, 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 which is not. How about if we say something like clarify the phrase for the objective, clarify the phrase, I got a better idea. Clarify the phrase spatial and temporal scale around the fishery, which is stated in the objectives in the harvest strategy policy, but is not in objective B from paragraph above, which is the objectives identified at the 99th annual meeting. Any objection to that? It's a nice way to highlight that it isn't, it hasn't, wasn't in the objectives all the time. The next paragraph here, and of course we'll have opportunities to wordsmith these later. So yeah, we just have this 45, and then 46 is recommended the following wording for the objectives in the harvest strategy policy. And I think I'll clean this up to be more consistent with the harvest strategy policy, saying things like limb instead of 20%, et cetera. Make sure that it's consistent, but however, the wording, including this one, removing the spatial and temporal scale in B, and then C, combining the two into maximize sustainable average coastwide yield while minimizing annual changes in the coastwide mortality limit given this constraints above.
Wonder if it just adds clarity in that last clause there, given the constraints above. Maybe saying something like, given that the previous two constraints are met, or something along those lines, to kind of emphasize that those first two are the most important.
How about just saying that for previous two objectives are met?
Yep.
Any other comments on this? Okay. Anything under harvest strategy policy? Was there anything else? I can't remember. There was the talk Linda had about
overfishing.
About a definition of low stock. Does the MSAB want to capture any of that? What I have is when the stock is at a level of concern not caused by fishing.
But how do you define that?
That's exactly how you define it. It's not a level of concern not caused by overfishing.
Okay, but then what do you define as a level of concern, whether it was caused by fishing or not?
That's going to be the hard part. And that's why I was thinking if we
It's-
develop an objective. Well, I guess the first question is, do we want a paragraph on that concept in here? Noting Linda's not in the room right now. She won't be back till after lunch.
Well, maybe I mean, I'm uncomfortable with it because I don't understand what it means and I don't understand how you said it. It's completely arbitrary, but maybe we need to wait for Linda to come back. That's the whole point of things like limit reference points.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that as we discuss the objective, which will be on the next agenda, that this will become more apparent, but we sort of need to discuss the objective first before defining this term. We could put in something. I'm going to go. I'm just going to go, just put that in for now as a placeholder. You can remove it. Anything else under the harvest strategy policy?
Should that be without fishing due to environmental factors?
Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you. Must be day 3. Okay. Oh yeah. So other.
But I guess I mean we're going to discuss that, but I guess my question would be, without fishing, we're saying that we think 400 million pounds is a low spawning biomass. Like I just don't know how we say that's a low spawning biomass.
I totally agree with you.
Anyway, we can talk about it maybe when Linda's back in the room. She might have some clarity on that.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Oh, that's crazy. All right, I was going to move this paragraph down. It's not cooperating with me very well. This document can be challenging sometimes. It wants to do that. I'll do this over lunch so you guys don't have to watch me get frustrated. This is the paragraph that we just talked about, related to the stock assessment and changes in the stock assessment. And then I guess, does the MSAB want to retain this statement, agree that 2 meetings in the MSAB should occur each year, one in the spring, one in the fall? And then the other one, that was the week of the 20th. Is that right, Gwen?
Yeah.
I would keep 50 until we find ourselves coming up things to discuss.
Okay.
Does it have to be a certain amount of time before the interim meeting? So like,
It doesn't, but sometimes it's nice because then I can insert anything that comes out of the MSAB into the interim meeting document, which is due 30 days before. But the interim meeting occurring on December 2nd, that's like early November. I've done it in the past where we held the MSAB meeting. I had 1 day to put that in the interim meeting document and then posted it. And so it's just a nice way to make sure it gets into the document. We can always put up revised documents too. Do we want to list topics? Or just keep it generic and we know we can develop the agenda over time?
Keep it generic.
Agreeing with generic.
So just something pretty simple like that.
Yeah.
Without location or?
We could say virtual if That was the preference.
About with a virtual option.
Yeah.
That leaves it open. I mean, Dave and the commissioners might say, yeah, we really would like a in-person
Yeah.
meeting for some people to attend. It worked here. Okay, was there anything else? So I'll move that paragraph above and this. Anything else in other business? Anything else to add to the report right now? I think we did a really good job. Okay, should we break for lunch and I'll clean this up, bring it all together, and then we'll review it after lunch, step through paragraph by paragraph and make sure we're happy with it. Any comments online? Or sorry, thumbs up.
Thumbs up. How long do you need to do that and actually eat something?
Yeah, if we come back at the scheduled, I think it was scheduled for 1:30. Is that right?
2.
It's scheduled until 2.
Oh, okay.
Lots
Yeah,
of time.
I'll need a little bit more than that. Just you saw how frustrating I was getting with the document there. And I'll have to bring in the morning stuff as well. So would coming back at 2:30 Pacific, 1:30 Alaska be okay for everybody?
Oh, yeah. So that's just a little over an hour.
Yeah, a little over an hour.
I was like, you need
Yeah,
to.
that works.
No.
That works for Pacific Coasters. Cool. All right. Thanks, everyone. I will work on this document. And what I'll do is once I have it for adoption, I'll email it to everybody as well. Has anybody not received this morning's document that I emailed out for review? Just making sure everybody got it. Okay. Perfect. All right. Thanks, everybody. Great job. We're almost there.
There we go.
I'm here, so I'm hoping everyone else is here.
Cool. See a couple thumbs up. Okay, so we just have to review and adopt the agenda and
The report. Yeah.
report.
Yep.
Agenda.
No problem. All right, what I'm going to do is share my screen. While this is getting shared, I'll just remind you of the process. So we've gone through and we've written a lot of paragraphs of this. We've reviewed a lot of these paragraphs. And so now we have a report that is for adoption. And what that means is we'll go through every single paragraph, make sure everybody's happy with it. Once we finish this review, we'll consider the report adopted. That means no more changes. I'll be tracking changes in here. But once it's adopted, that means no new stuff is coming in. And then Dave Wilson and I will review the report, the adopted report, and we might make, grammatical or make sure it's consistent with CC language or something like that. We might make some very minor changes, but definitely are not going to change the meaning of the report and the meaning of any of the paragraphs. And we'll reformat and add the executive summary and the appendices, make sure those are filled out, and then send out that as a final report, which should, depending on Dave's schedule, he's traveling right now. We'll see it. That should be sent out tomorrow, I imagine. All right. Let's see. It might, yeah, if we could maximize that, that'd be good. No problem. I could probably do it. Perfect. Okay, this is a report. And please, if you even see like a grammatical thing, which I know there's one. I haven't taken out those commas yet, Linda.
Contribution to the meeting.
Yeah. And I keep not doing. Okay, so yeah, just let me know if you see
Any
anything.
comment after format?
Yeah, I know that one. That one I didn't do. That one, we'll leave there for now. I thought that too. But yeah. Okay, notice the new Canadian commissioner. And we'll fill in. So the other thing is anything in yellow is an indication that we need to add a link to it. So you can ignore that and we'll add a link either in the report or to an external document. But anything in a light blue, highlighted in light blue, we'll pay close attention to that. We have different acronyms. And then the different levels, remember, recommended, recommendation adopted, requested, endorsed, accepted. Level 1, and that means it will be put in the executive summary as a request or recommendation. It will be, something that is passed on to the commission specifically. Agreed is not really elevated to the commission, but it shows a little higher importance to this document. And then all these other verbs are just sort of level 3 in notes and background information. We'll update the executive summary, and here we go. I'll just go and say paragraph. You're welcome to read along, and just stop me if I move on and you're not ready to move on. And so paragraph 1. One thing I had was 3 individuals attending as observers. And I've noted that in the appendix, and we can look at it at the end. But if anybody knew of anybody else who is an observer other than MSAB member or IPHC staff, please let me know. And it was great that we had 21 out of 22 people attending. Okay, paragraph 2. One apology. Paragraph 3, just recalling the terms of reference. Dave did mention to me that the commission is currently considering the terms of reference for IPHC, which includes the MSAB, and also meetings, the meeting schedule as well for the MSAB. So I think having that recommendation in there is a good recommendation to have. Okay, that's all quote. And then paragraph 4, stakeholder informed, scientifically driven process. So thank you everyone for your participation. Paragraph 5, adopting the agenda. Paragraph 6, the membership list. And actually I do need to change this because I updated it in the back. And I think it's as of 28 April. So we added Andrew and Garrett to the membership list.
Just out of curiosity, so the dates, does that have to do with when?
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. That's the paper.
Does that have to do with when their letter was approved or something? I'm just wondering why the dates are different. What sets the start? That 2nd April is version 27th April.
Oh, yeah, this was the membership list as of that date. So on 3rd of April, Kurt was still a member, but Garrett had not been appointed at that time.
Okay.
And Garrett was appointed shortly after, and then Andrew was appointed to replace Kurt on the 28th of April.
Oh, okay.
And so I now, in the appendix, you'll see membership list as of 28th April.
Oh.
And then all the terms are based on your appointment date. That way we can just keep track of is this the current one or, and actually could be any date after the 28th of April. Okay, paragraph 6, the document shows the membership as of the 3rd of April. I think that stays. Paragraph 7, the next term expirations are 31st December 2026. Just a reminder when we got to consider some term expiration. So it's a little while yet. Paragraph 8, thanks Per and Kurt. Paragraph 9, welcome Garrett and Andrew. And then paragraph 10 there are vacancies on the board shown in Appendix 3. That's the membership list, and this is how you can express interest to be on the MSAB. All right, moving right along. Updates on actions arising, paragraph 11, the paper 4. And paragraph 12. This is all normal stuff. And then paragraph 13 is just recalling those recommendations from MSAB 20 that are still in progress. So I just want to walk through these really quick just to make sure the MSAB has carried these forward if they wanted. So the first is the optimize and the maximize and the combining of those two. So I think the MSAB has carried that forward in a recommendation of the objectives. The second one is updating the reference MP for 1 3-year cycle and changing the SPR to 46%. That recommendation has not specifically been carried forward as a recommendation by the MSAB in this, but we did talk with questions Forrest had about, we could do that in October at MSAB 22 if an MSAB 22 meeting is scheduled for this fall. And then recommendation 3 from MSAB 20 was further evaluations, and we had a lot of talk about the program of work. So I think that's been carried forward appropriately. Okay, moving on to 14. This is the detailed outcomes 101st session, wasn't much there. And then we get into 15 is understanding the MSE. This was document 6. Paragraph 16 is recalling the objectives from the 99th annual meeting, the commission recommendation at that time, noting that the wording was slightly different than in the harvest strategy policy. Paragraph 17, MSAB recalled recommendation 1 and noted that do not have priority over each other, and very similar, just noting that that's the case.
It says noted that.
Oh yeah, thank you. Noted that.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
But we do need to say it twice, sort of. I mean, I feel like in 13, we recall the recommendation about the maximize, and then we say it again. I guess it's because it's under a different section.
I think, yeah, it's under a different section, and this note gives a little bit more background to it.
Seems redundant.
It is a little bit. Yeah, that's up to you if you want to remove that 17 or not.
That's fine.
That was definitely redundant.
Yeah.
Okay, then moving on to 18. This is recalling recommendation 2 and just giving a little bit more justification to that. So I don't think this one is redundant. And then 19 is agreed that it'd be useful to explore productivity regimes, their effect on the MS results, how they can be incorporated into an MP. So,
Ellen,
yeah, go ahead.
is that actually how it might be incorporated into an MP, or maybe considered when selecting an MP?
I think it's both. We did have a discussion about if we could identify a low productivity regime, we might act differently. It might have the MP, lower efficient intensity or something like that.
Yeah,
But-
I thought we also discussed that we couldn't really figure out which productivity regime we're in until too late.
Right. Yeah, I think that is, I would definitely agree with that, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should not
We
examine.
can't try.
Yeah.
Fair point.
What was the other term you used, Anne Marie? It was you said as we.
It may the effect and how it may help select an MP.
Oh, select. So yeah, do we want to add that as well? How they may be incorporated into an MP. So their effect on the MSC results, how they may be incorporated into an MP, and how they may help select an MP. We want to add that to this sentence.
I guess that I too am struggling with the part about incorporated into an MP. I don't know how you incorporate that in. I think it's based on their effect on MSC results. It can influence the choice of your MP, how they affect choice of MP. I just don't know how you incorporate productivity into an MP because we don't know what productivity regime we're in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would, well, we've been talking a lot about we're in a low productivity regime right now, and thus we're reducing the fishing intensity. Incorporating it into a management procedure would just be formalizing that process. And there'd be a lot of work, as Anne Marie said, like, how do we do that? I don't know. We would have to identify the productivity regime, identify the management procedure, but it's a pretty general statement that, that maybe if we could identify a productivity regime, we could have some sort of fishing intensity or management procedure respond to that.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we can probably, I guess, leave it as is. I would just think it'd be more, it would affect our choice of MP because we choose presumably be looking to MPs that are robust to all productivity regimes.
Yeah, and even if we do like a staged MP where like if we think we're in the low productivity regime or if we're looking at like absolute spawning biomass and if we're below this spawning biomass, which you're sort of assuming that we're going to be in a low productivity regime, then this is the type of harvest control we're having. And then if it's above, then maybe we would have a higher allowable fishing intensity, for example. Like those are still like those aren't, to me, that's not putting productivity into an MP. It's having an MP that is responsive to like our assumptions about like it's not like to my mind it's not incorporating productivity, but it's incorporating our concerns or incorporating a response to, as opposed to actually building productivity into an MP. But again, that could just be how it's parsing out in my head.
Yeah, and I mean, the way that I like to think of a management procedure is I can go away and code it. So if I can't, if it's like, it's just touchy-feely what we're going to do, that's not a management procedure. That is a strategy. It could be a part of a strategy, but the MP has to be something really clearly formulaic. And so, so I don't know. I mean, I added a sentence here. What do people think about that? But most importantly, how it may assist in the selection of an MP.
I think that's much more important than how to incorporate it. That part is the critical part, not this how it may be incorporated. So I would take that section, the incorporated right out.
But I think you're saying you do feel like it's incorporated somewhere.
It's considered. I think it's more along the lines of what Anne Marie is saying. It's being considered in the decision-making process. Do we want to try to do it? I mean, I'm happy to remove incorporated if you want.
I guess what I'm struggling with it on is when we talked about it earlier in the presentation, we talked about for simulations and evaluations, things we can control, things we cannot control. and the can control, the management procedure stuff. I just don't know how you build in a productivity regime, which we can't control. We have to respond to it. And I'd say it's more about, I'm more comfortable with it may assist in the selection of a management procedure.
Okay, what's the vote on removing S?
I'm ambivalent.
All right, so let's see.
Probably me, but let's try that about it.
Okay, what about any comments on 19?
That looks good.
Okay. Moving on. 20. Noting the paper 7, 21. Noting the results from the investigation of the TCYs of various fishing intensities. '22, based on simulation results, average variability in the TCY, smaller, but within an assessment year, it was greater. 23. '24. And 25, a little bit of a long one.
That is a long sentence.
Yeah. It's related to what we were talking about this morning.
I mean, you could break the sentence if you want to make it, break it after halibut.
How about up here?
A first halibut, if you know, on assessment by Pacific halibut period. This may reduce uncertainty and bias in the stock assessment.
Yeah, I was thinking it could break here as well, and then say,
Sure.
however, may introduce greater change.
Yeah, either way, it just might be easier to keep track of what's going on in this pretty shorter. Or you could just say this may introduce, and if the however is needed.
Okay. I like the however, it's sort of the contradiction to it. It's up to you, up to the MSAB though. All right, any comments on 25? 25 going once. 26. This is related to the annual change. 27. Yeah, there's one. You okay with 27? '28. We added in the short term during our review, which was good. And 29. '29's a complex.
Yeah, the only thing if you wanted to add an emphasizing point that, but in any given, the bias could be quite high.
At the end of the
Yeah, if
sentence,
you wanted to.
that's the
add a
bias
little
was on
clarifying.
average near 0, but could be.
But yeah, bias in an individual year could be quite high.
We okay with 29? I think it feeds nicely into 30. Is the word with or in?
I mean, the risk is that we would have juice fish designs with certain circumstances.
Under certain circumstances?
Oh, that's what I was trying to understand. What is the increased risk? Is that a width?
I think it's under. The increased risk is that for a very specific case, if the population has been increasing for a long time, there could be increased risk that you're biased.
Right. So
yeah, so if you flip the sentence, you could read it as certain circumstances create the risk. So it would be under is the way I'm reading it. You flip it around a little bit to see if you can understand it.
uh-huh.
So I understand it as under.
We could flip it. We could note it that under certain circumstances, there are increased risks of reduced FIST designs that are not captured.
I think that's more clear.
Okay.
And is it increased risk with reduced FIST designs?
Yeah, I think you're right there.
I think that's part of what was throwing me over.
Let me show you the sentence now. This is 30. I think that reads better. Any comments on 30? And then 31. This is a little bit, it's not a repeat, but it's mentioned somewhat earlier as well, but I think this is more specific. I don't think there's been any requests up to this point, but now we're going to get into the section with a lot of requests. And this is what I expected of the report. These comments here, just comments to myself and Dave to let them know why I changed the numbering for the paragraph. Noting paper 8. MSAB recalled in paragraph 33, MSAB recalled paragraph 17 from the MSAB report, and why the RSB 36% is a useful objective. MSAB 34, MSAB agreed that an objective to stay above a threshold based on a TCY or minimum. This is what we got to change, I think. Chris was saying minimum absolute historical spawning biomass. Example, SB 2024 may be useful to continue investigating at MSAB 22. And thanks, Chris, for that. I think changing that word absolute to another word is sort of like updating the stock assessment with new assumptions. Just it's confusing.
Wait, you're saying changing it to absolute?
Yeah, what I've done here.
Yeah.
We've been using that word and then all of a sudden I changed it, so that's really confusing.
Okay.
And then actually, actual, it's just SP for 2024.
Yeah, actual can be misleading too. Okay, any comments on 34? 35 is recalling paragraph 14 in the 2020 or MSAB 20 report. These are the two objectives, C and D. And then the MSAB requested further evaluations of these MP elements after the OM is conditioned following a full 2025 stock assessment. Paragraph 36, fishing intensities, triennial assessment frequency, various empirical rules, and control rules based on absolute. So that's 36. 37 goes into a little detail on evaluating constraints and smoothers.
Alan,
Yep.
sorry, I'm just having, you probably don't want to get into this right now, but in terms of 36D, the spawning biomass estimated in 2024, do we want to fix it to an annual meeting just because the 2024 estimated value will probably change over time? Although I am absolutely happy leaving it as is. It's just one of those things which it just sort of popped into my mind. It's like, oh, this is going to be fun.
No, the purpose of this is that we realize that value will be updated over time.
Okay.
So we would make it relative to an estimated value, but I don't know that we want to put in 2024. Or no, we do.
I think we do, right?
Yeah, because this is. Yeah.
You want to say at the end of 2024? Isn't that the language that we use to describe it? The stock at the end of.
It's actually in the beginning.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. The spawning amount estimated.
From the
So just for my own reference, when we say beginning 2024, is that the same as saying the end of 2023? Not really. Okay.
Recruitment occurs or aging occurs. That's the difference.
So it's the 2023 survey.
This is from the stock assessment.
Oh,
yeah. Put that in too. So on the absolute spawning biomass relative to the spawning biomass estimated at the beginning of 2024. I'm going to leave it as it is. It gets a little complicated in the simulations, how I do this. So I get what it means. So
that's the important part.
Okay, 37 is the little bit more detail. 3-year rolling average on the FISO 32W PUE. Constraints applied only to non-assessment years or to assessment years. Phase-in approach for change in TCUI. and using trends in fishery CPUE and fishery WPUE to determine if a bigger reduction should be taken as a precaution. So we talked about investigating versus evaluating. We've changed this to evaluating, but given that we may have a meeting before these results are simulated, before the reconditioning of the operating model, we can bring ideas back at MSAB 22. 38. The MSAB requested evaluation of some elements with each of the 3 FIST designs. And that was just so we don't have to do a whole bunch of simulations. We can choose which ones. 39. Conducting simulations with productivity regimes identified here and all other sources of variability. That's useful for me to know. We have low recruitment, low weighted age, low recruitment, current weighted age, and high recruitment. And do we want to do high recruitment, low weighted age, or high recruitment, current weighted age?
I think current weighted age is the one we want to see.
Isn't the current weighted age low, or is your question?
They're both
low.
Lower They're both low. They just have different what age classes are really low.
Well, what are we trying to show with C? That wasn't one of the ones I asked for. So whoever asked for it, what do you want to see? Like, what do you want to see from that?
I think that was actually my suggestion.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I thought about that is we talked about, well, in the near term, we may not have, weighted age is going to change slowly. So we know in the next 10 years, it may increase, but it's going to increase at a slow rate. But in 2025, we could get a huge year class, or we could switch to high average recruitment. And the recruitment's not going to feed into it for a while, into the results. It takes years for the recruitment to even 8-0 fish to then become selected by the fishery. But I thought it might just be a nice contrast to, low lows to say, well, and the other reason was, I think this used to be the reference point, high recruitment, low weighted age. I think it was, I can't remember, but I thought it just might be a nice contrast.
No, I don't disagree with you. I'd be greedy and I'd be high recruitment and low weighted age and high recruitment and current weighted age, but we could pile a whole ton of work on here. So I think low weighted age for what you said is fine. Okay. Like I say, it'd be interesting to see both of them, but they're probably not a huge difference. But anyway, I think what you've said, low weighted age, makes sense.
Okay. Any disagreement on that? 39?
No,
I'm happy with it. You okay with that, Mike? 40. MSAB, another request. And when we had the discussion of the agenda, did we change this request? We talked about bringing forward a review and not necessarily doing new simulations.
Do you want to add on that if you're after the
reconditioning?
Well, that's what it says here.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So it's saying that there, but then it puts in an exception to bring back some simulations for the fall meeting. But then when we were talking about the agenda, we thought, well, maybe we could just review past results rather than repeating those results.
I think the thing is, we wouldn't want, or I wouldn't want, I should say, that you spending time on the simulation of productive regimes, as interesting as they are, that takes away from your ability to condition the operating model. I think, in my mind, making sure we've got the time to do that is the priority. I think it would be interesting to see the simulation of the productivity regimes that we talked about. And I think that should be paragraph 39, but
Yeah. Bring that up.
but I just want to make sure it doesn't get in the way of the conditioning of the operating model.
It shouldn't, but what I'm realizing is this is what I presented at this meeting, the start of this. So these simulations are already done.
But you were going to bring back more, or what? What do you think
I
that
don't
you're
need,
saying?
well, I guess I've only done 43%. I haven't done 52%. So
Alan,
yeah.
were you saying that what you could do is essentially shade the results in the Explorer so that instead of being purple, it'll be like dark purple? Like if we were wanting to look at so maybe is that what that's meaning to say?
I think that's in 41 actually. And
okay.
So it's interesting. This 40 is interesting because it's conducting analyses, not evaluations, but analyses, which is fine. And so it's not what this says, except for the simulation of productivity regimes described in paragraph 40. I'm wondering if maybe we delete this part of 40 and then in 41, put that down there, presenting dynamic unfished spawning biomass at MSAB021 for then I'll just show you what I'm thinking. And this way it would, now 40 is just simply, 40 is very specific to all of these analyses should be done after the reconditioning of the OM, full stop.
Yeah.
41 is, we would like to see these cool results. This is a suggestion how to present these results. And can we see that at MSAB022 or a small set?
I think that's good.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
And this would be paragraph 39 now. 40. Okay. 39, 40, and 41. Is that looking okay to everybody? All right. Got thumbs up in the room.
Yep.
Some heads nodding. All right. Let's go on to updating harvest strategy policy. Noting paper 9, provided a draft of the interim harvest strategy policy as presented at AM 101. Okay, so 43, I think I modified a tiny little bit over lunch. So let's take a look at 43. Requested the commission clarify the phrase, which is stated in the objective in the draft harvest strategy policy related to a threshold reference point, but is not an objective B from AM 099, paragraph 16 above. So it's trying to capture that this phrase is in the harvest strategy policy, but was not in the objectives adopted at AM 099. I'm open to any suggestions on 43.
Would adding a simple sentence that just says, the MSAB didn't understand what what's being referred to by that statement. I don't know.
Request explanation or.
That's what we did. Was to clarify the phrase.
Oh, I see. You have.
Yeah, we could start with the MSAB noted that this phrase was not clear. I think it's implied, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it works well as a request to the
Yeah,
commission.
that's fine.
It's a pretty just straightforward request and clear.
We obviously don't understand this, please.
Yeah.
Explain it.
All right, any comments on 43? Yeah.
Hey, this is Lynn. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to hands.
Oh, sorry, we
we can't
can't
see
see
you.
them. Yeah, thanks, Lynn.
I didn't figure. What about clarifying the intent of the phrase? The phrase seems pretty clear. I just don't know what the intent. I think that's maybe where we're struggling.
Okay.
Need for.
Yeah. I like that, Lynn.
Yeah, I contributed. Thanks.
Okay, any more comments on 43? Okay, 44. I think this is the only recommendation in this report, which is normal. And this is the MSAB recommended the following wording for the objectives in the harbor strategy policy. And what I've done is taken what's in the harbor strategy policy, actually taken what we've worked on with the commissioners, and then make sure that the MSAB suggestions are now incorporated into this. So I'll give you all a little bit of time to read this and make sure you're all okay with it. Or how about we go step through it, A, B, and C. So how about A? Any suggestions on A?
Ellen, this is Michelle.
Michelle.
I would start the sentence with at least 93% of the time.
Okay, I see that. Any objections to that?
My only comment is that it counters how we've got it written everywhere else in the past, in current documents and the like. And I guess anytime we change something here, it seems the commissioners want to change something else. So that's the only thing there. Either way, I think what we need to do is make sure we're consistent with A and B, because in A right now, it's at the last part of the sentence, possibly the first part of the sentence, and then it becomes in the middle in B. So whatever we decide here, just make sure it's the same for both of them.
And all of them capitalized, right? Because that's what you've been doing above.
Thanks, Chris. I agree. I was more concerned about it because we're saying the stock is regarded as unacceptable.
95% of them, it's 50% of the time.
Sorry, Michelle, I missed what you said.
Oh, I was just clarifying for Chris. My only concern with it being at the end is because we were saying the stock is regarded as unacceptable at least 95% of the time. That was kind of confusing.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. No, yeah, I like that, Michelle. It does clarify it. Or we need a comma. But I added a comma up there.
Yes, that is a hard one to do back.
They are both more consistent in my mind now, A and B. Or in sort of formatting or the layout of the sentence.
Are you gonna change the table then? And because the tolerance is always at the end.
Yeah.
And is there another way to do this without throwing it to the beginning of the sentence? Because the objective followed by the tolerance flows for me, but I don't really care.
If you, I taking Michelle's point, I think if you wanted to put it at the end, and I think adding in what Forrest just said, if we keep it at the end, I think we have to say something with a tolerance of at least 90% of the time, or with a tolerance if we want to keep it at the end, because I think Michelle's point about where the risk to stock regarded as unacceptable at least is confusing. So,
So there's three options: putting it as it's written here now with it at the beginning, doing it as B used to be with it sort of in the middle, separated in commas, or putting it at the end, indicating with a tolerance of 95% at least 95% of the time.
I think that with a tolerance. Makes it
Ellen, is
absolutely-
A referring to B30 or B20?
B20.
B20.
That's what's in the parentheses.
So that means it's okay 5% of the time to go below B20?
In the simulations, it's
Oh,
not,
okay.
it's not saying that we're okay to do that, but if we were to manage this, the chance of it going below would be that. And at least that's our tolerance. Because there might be situations where we just can't control it and it does it. So you can't set a tolerance at 0. Okay, so suggestions on these, beginning, middle, or end? I heard an end in the room here with the tolerance of.
I prefer the end with the tolerance of, but I mean, it's not a hill to die on for me.
Yeah, I'm fine with it being at the end. It's just, I also like the 95% of the time, whereas the tolerance, I think, is expressed as 5% of the time.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's what I was just kidding. Tolerance is the.
No, the way it's written is you're maintaining it whether it's as regarded as above. So it's got to be the tolerance 95% of the time.
Yeah.
We just reverse it in the table. And I would put a comma after the RSB 20%, just put comma, and then with a tolerance of at least 95% of the time. Same thing with the one below.
I don't know. We say the stuff is unacceptable. We'll tolerate it. 95.
Isn't it kind of implied, maintain above or a spawning biomass above a biomass limit reference point? Doesn't that sort of already absorb anything below that's unacceptable? I mean, can we start working from unacceptable back and remove some of that language? Or do you like the clarity of stating it another way?
Yeah, is it? I'm not sure if this is what you just said. Do we need the phrase where the risk of the stock is regarded as unacceptable? Aren't we defining that with our tolerance and that percentage? It's only tolerable 5% of the time to be below B20.
Yeah. I mean, that phrase was put in just as sort of, because it's the harvest strategy policy document. That can be, I mean, that's how a lot of this is phrased in the fisheries world. It's not necessary for sure.
I mean, it just makes the sentence very simple and clear if you take that out. So where it just said, maintain the long-term coastwide Pacific halibut female relative spawning biomass above a bio.
And just say,
right, at least 95% of the time.
just say a biomass limit reference point of RSB 20, at least 95% of the time.
And then I don't think you need the with the tolerance of anymore either.
And you want the RFB 20% out of the parentheses?
I don't know if that matters. That is the biomass limit reference point, right?
I sort of like it in the
I would keep it in the parentheses, yeah. And then, I don't know, that's more clear to me.
That reads a lot clearer to me now.
Okay, let me just show you it without the markup. There it is. A, maintain the long-term coastwide Pacific halibut female relative spawning biomass above a biomass limit reference point, RSP 20%, at least 95% of the time.
That's pretty clear.
That's clear.
Any comments online?
That looks good. Thanks.
I got a thumbs up. All right, so let me do the same thing for the next one.
But is the threshold reference point is that our only RSB is defined as the threshold reference point that optimizing fishing activities?
So, yes. In the harvest strategy policy, it defines the threshold reference point. That is defined as a reference point. So both the RSB 20% is defined as BLIM, and this is RSB 36 is defined as threshold, where later, so for example, removing that unacceptable risk, that is defined later in the document of harvest strategy policy, where it says BLIM is a biomass below which there's the risk is unacceptable, right? So we haven't lost that language in the document by removing it. So here we could also remove the optimized fishing activities.
That optimize that, we don't need that, the threshold.
Well, I think we do need the threshold reference point, just
Right.
like we had the
But
biomass limit reference
Yeah,
point.
just
here.
saying that though is enough to clarify the RSB 36.
Yes. Yeah, because that's defined in
Do
the
we need
document.
to tolerance with the tolerance still?
No, now we
No,
would
then
not
you
need
get
the
all of that.
tolerance.
So then it just says at least 50% of the time.
So yeah, it's the same format as the above sentence.
Yes. Looks good.
And above you capitalize your E, B, and C sentences. If you do that
Oh, did I?
for consistency, I think so, because I was
Yeah.
wondering why above.
Oh.
That's, I think, what you've been doing.
Yeah, I think here with the semicolon and the colon, I wouldn't capitalize, but which paragraph was that? I'll
It
just
doesn't
have a look
matter.
through.
Like 36
Okay.
you did.
Yeah.
And
I'll
37 you did, and 39 you did, but
Okay.
you can get those there.
Dave's really good at that.
I'm sure he is.
Okay, how about A and B? Any comments on those? Any everybody okay with that? Anybody not okay with A and B? Okay. Now C, this is the combining of these two, what used to be two objectives, and that's maximize sustainable average coastwide yield while minimizing annual changes in the coastwide mortality limit, given that the previous two objectives are met.
We could consider moving, given that the previous two objectives are met, to the beginning of that sentence to be really clear, and then follow with the rest of it.
Yeah, I sort of like that idea. Just want to make sure everybody's still online. Yep.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, good. Didn't want to get to the end of the report and realize that
Nobody
something
was
happened.
What is the averaging there? Could it be
Oh, yeah.
sustainable coastwide yield?
That's a good point. The average is in there because the average of the simulations. I think for a harvest strategy policy document, that would be confusing. Yeah, I think that's a good point. So when you actually define the performance metric, it would be the average of 10-year, whatever, you know, all that stuff. Coastwide yield. Yeah, good catch, because this didn't say anything about the average. So. All right. Any comments on C?
Yeah, it's Chris, Dr. Hicks. I like putting given the previous two objectives are met, but wasn't there some wording we used that was stronger than that? It was something like subject to meeting, or I'm just saying, I'm trying to think what we used in the past. Is given strong enough and clear enough that, you know, if we don't meet the first two objectives, the next one doesn't go. I thought we used something, I can't remember. I was just looking through some documents.
How about the word provided, Chris?
Well, yeah, I whatever it is, if we had some wording we used before, I was hoping somebody would remember what it was, but I don't think it was provided, but it was something like subject to, yeah, something like that, or meeting objectives 1 and 2, or A and B, or whatever we're calling them. It was something like that. And then my next comment was, we say maximize the sustainable coast-wide yield. I guess my question would be is if somebody said to me, well, what is the sustainable coast-wide yield? I could say maximize the coast-wide yield. I get that. But now all of a sudden we've put an adjective in that sustainable. What is that?
I suppose,
that has been a long conversation. So if you remember at the annual meeting when I presented this first and I said, let's change optimize to maximize yield, the commission came back and said, we're concerned about that because we don't want to be seen as just maximizing yield. We want sustainable.
Well, if it's something the commission wanted, then let's just leave it. Let's not get into it back and forth.
Yep, that's exactly where the conversation goes.
Yeah, I think that's better.
But
I think that's kind of more reflects what we were saying.
But frankly, by saying that subject to the two conservation measures above it just covers that.
it's redundant.
And yeah,
They can take it out if they want.
It's what the commissioners said at the time.
yeah. Yeah, so we had this conversation during the workshop as well. So I think this reads well. I like the subject to meeting the previous two objectives. It really sets the stage, and I think it links really well with the figure of, we have these two defining the space. Once you have those two, you can then work on what MPs best meet this trade-off. Okay, any comments on 44, these three objectives? I spent a bit of time on this, but I think this is really important given that the harvest strategy policy is really starting to roll forward.
I'm totally, so if I remember correctly, the optimize maximize was an SRB issue recommendation, or, which I'm totally on board with, because optimize is a very vague term. It can mean lots of stuff. But what is maximize? Maybe a rhetorical question, but
no, I mean, now the sentence, and that's where I see the SRB coming back. It's like, okay, well, how do you maximize and minimize? What does that mean? And
tell me what it means. You're the one that
yeah, but it's allowing that flexibility to decide among the management procedures that are sustainable. And I think that's the MSAB. Just like commission wants flexibility, the MSAB wanted that flexibility to do an evaluation, but it's not where something like Dr. Cox would want. It's like, here's your objectives, here's your performance metrics. It identifies the management procedure. This identifies a set. Now, how do you choose from that set? What does balance mean? You know, all that other stuff. So I completely agree with you. I mean, if you have the trade-off shows like some of the things we saw where you could identify the minimum variability and the maximum catch given the minimum variability or something, but that's not clear in this sentence.
It does make those trade-offs transparent, or
that's the evaluation process.
Right. In the evaluation process, you can decide how much variability you want and what you give up
to reduce that or.
Yeah. But yeah, we might get a little bit of pushback from the SRB. We'll see. Any other comments on 44? I'm showing the final version here. Is there a comma after two objectives?
Where are we?
Subject to meeting.
Two objectives. Yes.
Okay. All right. Excellent work. 45, I still have in blue. This was mentioned, and then I updated it a little bit over lunch. And it's nice not to lose the point that we were talking about where, you know, the stock could reach low spawning biomass levels that may be of concern. I added that without fishing due to environmental factors. I've highlighted this in blue just because I really wanted to highlight that it had not been fully worked out and I made some changes to it. I'll highlight it now.
Could we change that slightly? I just suggest maybe of concern, comma, due solely to environmental factors, open parentheses, without e.g. I period, E period, comma, without fishing, close parentheses.
Yeah.
Because somebody could say we didn't go fishing due to environmental factors. The weather was too bad.
About directed fishing?
I was wondering about that.
Mm.
We're talking about all fishing or just directed fishing?
I think here we should just keep it all fishing because we don't want to get into that battle.
Yeah.
That's the, I mean, that's what the plot is that you showed us that Ian does, where it just removes fishing from.
Yeah, the black
It's all
line and
red,
the
it's
blue
not-
line. Yeah, that's no mortality at all. And that's actually a good point because that's the denominator of relative spawning biomass. No fishing at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how you feeling about 45?
That's fine.
Alan, would it sound better to say in the absence of fishing or without fishing? It's not a big deal either way, but.
Yeah.
They both sound good.
Yeah, neither's fine.
I like in the absence of fishing. Okay, 45 good. Okay, 46. I'll give people a little bit of time to read this one. This one is pretty heavy. To note it. This was what we had quite a bit of discussion on today.
It's long, but I think it's okay.
Any comments on 46?
Wondering if we have a couple of too many mays, just in terms of the second sentence, because you're talking about, yeah, exactly, right? so I'm wondering whether that second one is even necessary. So like, which may not be captured in MSC simulations, tickety that assume consistent application, informing the MP, and then you can get rid of and may result in and then just sort of skip to the application of a stock assessment model informing the MP, or getting rid of something in the middle so that you essentially go from MSE simulation inconsistency until the operating model is reconditioned. So like there's something in the middle that I think one of those phrases can just get
deleted.
Yeah.
Well, it's trying to portray two different concepts. This is how the stock assessments apply in the MSE simulations. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. And then the second one, the inconsistency between the stock assessment and the operating model, that's just how that it hadn't been conditioned in a while.
Yeah.
So this is the assumption of this stock assessment in the simulations. So let's see. Captured in the MSC. What if we just broke it up into two sentences? This results, which may not be captured in the MSC, and assume a consistent application of the stock assessment model informing the application of a stock assessment model. Maybe I don't need to informing the MP. Yeah, I think we maybe just full stop there. And then we could say, furthermore.
This may
Just
also
this?
result in, yeah,
Yep.
this may also result in. Ellen likes furthermore.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying furthermore, this may also. I was like, I think we only need one, but I'll take out the furthermore. Hey, I got control of the keys.
Goddamn furthermore in there.
Yeah, getting my word in. It's my contribution.
I mean, it doesn't may result. It does result.
Yeah, this
And
results
it
in
has
incons-
resulted in an inconsistency. So I mean, you could take that second may out. This results.
Unless the stock assessment never
Doesn't.
changes, but we always know it will.
This generally results in.
Or you could say like in the current circumstance, this has resulted in.
That's good. This.
It's resulted in inconsistency.
Yes.
Or recently resulted in, that's fine.
You could say this may create inconsistency to simplify it.
I like that wording right there. It has recently resulted in.
So we could say this has recently created an inconsistency or resulted in an inconsistency.
Either one.
I think keep resulted. That's okay.
Yeah. Alan, is the first phrase of that sentence factually correct? This results in increase in your annual variability in TCEY. Does it, in fact? Or may it? I don't know. I'm just curious.
I think given the first sentence, yeah, I think it is. This results in increased interannual variability of 2C is correct because it's talking about how the stock assessment's been changing, and the changes in the stock assessment are going to result in an increase in interannual variability.
Okay.
So if we didn't have this first part, then yeah, we could not necessarily say that. Let me show you the final sentence. So we broke that up. We have this results in increased interannual variability of TCY, which may not be captured in the MSC simulations that assume a consistent application of a stock assessment model. This has recently resulted in an inconsistency. I think we need the also.
Yeah.
This has also recently resulted in inconsistency between the stock assessment. I think that's good. It needed the also because this last sentence is not a result of the previous sentence, but it's an addition to it. Okay, 46, one last chance. 47, the MSAB agreed that 2 meetings of the MSAB should occur each year, one in spring, one in the fall. I know how you all love spending time with me, and that's why I keep wanting 2 meetings a year. And 48, the MSAB recommended 22nd session of the MSAB, MSAB022, be held over 2 to 3 days during the week of 20 October 2025 with a virtual option. I never looked at my calendar.
So does that mean
That might be important.
Yeah. Sorry, Linda.
we'll just join you on whatever vacation you have planned, Ellen?
Hope you
With
like
the
Hawaii.
Let's do it. With the virtual option, mean there will also be an in-person option, or is that TBD?
That's TBD. And so that's why I think leaving it like this to make sure that there is a virtual option, but there's, read between the lines.
Might be the only option.
Yeah, it might be the only option, but like I said, if there's a possibility of going to Canada, for example, I might be able to do that.
I don't know. You guys might be at war with us by then.
You might be.
We'll be lost. Don't worry about it.
You can ask Canada to annex Alaska.
Yep, I'm free that week. There you go.
Okay, then I now move to adopt.
Second.
Okay.
So adopted.
Adopted.
Oh, should we have some, where will we note how much we appreciate Alan's patience?
You don't need to put that in the report.
Yeah, put that in.
Nope. You can just send me gifts.
Gwen, did you want to start the close?
Sure. So thank you everyone so much for attending and providing your insight and thoughts to this process. It was a big meeting. We covered a lot. Apologies on my behalf for not being able to attend in person, but I am glad that the group was able to mostly get together. I think we made a lot of progress at this meeting, and looking forward to seeing how things go over the summer and chatting with folks in the fall. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll just add, thanks to everybody in the room. It is a nice break to get out from behind the computer and like talk to real people and hear all of your input and just viewpoints from stakeholders. Alan, thanks. You do a lot. You're amazing. You kind of carry us through the meeting. And Gwen, thank you for your amazing notes and recaps of each day. It was really helpful at the end to remember where we're at. So,
Oh, yeah, please.
that's all I got.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks to the co-chairs. Thanks everybody. And I'll let everybody know when MSAB022, what happens with that and when that gets scheduled. And feel free to email me, call me anytime you want.
And if we declare